And welcome along to the Ward Stormont once again. We are here on a beautiful Wednesday morning. It is quite chilly here in Belfast, but it is blue skies, I'm glad to report, and we're back for another match-up between the Northern Knights and the Leinster Lightning. If it's anything like yesterday, we'll be in for a cracking day. And for Irish cricket fans, what a day you've got in store here. 2 IP50 games going on back-to-back. We're here at the Ward Stormont, and then at 3:30 today, of course, the World Cup match between Ireland and India. Of course, you'll be sticking with us the whole day, and we hope to have a cracking game here once again. These two teams matching up yesterday. A one-run victory for the Leinster Lightning in the IP T20 trophy, and they took a big step towards that competition. Today, though, the roles are slightly swapped in that the Knights are the league leaders in this IP50 Cup. They have won 2 from 2, and the Lightning are yet to get off the mark in terms of the win column. So if the Knights can do the business today and win this game against the Lightning, similarly, that will take them into a really strong position as the Interprovincial takes a break for a couple of months until August, when we'll return. So all set for a cracking game today. You can see on your screen there the Lightning have won the toss yet again. James McCullum's run of lost tosses continues, and the Lightning have decided to do very similar to yesterday. They've decided to bat first on this wicket, and we'll chat that over with the man beside me here. Seems as though we haven't been away. It's James Cameron Dow. Welcome, James.
Thank you very much, Ali. Morning to you and to all the viewers. Yeah, as you say, it's going to be an exciting game, I reckon.
Ryan Pretorius to open the bowling from the Dundalk end. Again, very similar to yesterday. And I've been chatting to a couple of the coaches, Andre Bota of Leinster Lightning and Simon Johnston of the Knights. And both seem to suggest it's a decent toss to win.
Yeah, I think so. And no surprises in the Lightning having a bat first. We saw the role that the spin had to play yesterday.
Oh, that's beautiful from Pretorius. Yeah, it's a strange one when you see a delivery like that, hooping early on, 10:45 in the morning. Plenty of shape, but certainly given what we watched yesterday in terms of the 3 spinners that the Lightning brought on into the team and then brought on in the middle overs, and it does sort of suggest that later on today, seeing pitch could be quite tricky with the spin. Big shout early on, that's a big shout. Pretorius asking if that was doing too much, maybe. Looked pretty straight to me. I'll get another look now. Yeah, that looks decent shout for me. Possibly high, maybe.
Yeah, it's always a little bit difficult to see where it struck him with the umpire's head in the way there, but might just been sliding down leg side. Not 100% sure, but yeah, as you say, I mean, it's an easy toss, easy to decide to have a bat first, especially with the makeup of the Lightning side. Just having watched yesterday, I think there were definitely enough signs for the Northern Knights to feel like they can really make the most of this new ball early on. They should have learned from the lengths they bowled yesterday. They were a little bit too short, and I think you can tell by Pretorius here that message has been sent on, and they're going to be attacking the stumps a little bit more. I think they will get reward if they do that.
That'll get us underway here in terms of the Lightning. Swapna Modgill plays that into the leg side, picks the cap, and he gets off the mark from his 5th delivery. And that will bring, with number 4 on his back, Tim Tector down to face his first ball. It'll be the last ball of the first over. And I think you're right, Ryan Pretorius immediately sort of attacking the stumps, looking for all forms of dismissal early on. He's got the slip in. They're strengthening that offside field even further. Your 2 fielders out right now are on the square. So deep square leg. Deep cover. Probably a little bit squarer than deep cover. So Pretorius finishes first over. That's nicely hit from Tector and has picked the gap, and that could be the first boundary. It's a big chase for Tom Mays. Bit of a teaser. And An early morning jog for Tom Mays, and he can't get going there. That's a nice shot from Tector. Let's see, just went with the swing and timed it through the offside for the first boundary, and that takes the Leinster Lightning to 5 without loss from the first.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I agree with that field change there, Ali, if I'm honest. We just spoke about the fact that we feel as though he should be attacking the stumps here, and there was enough around yesterday to give the bowlers a little bit of hope. But having the 6-3 offside field with only mid-on in the ring, in front of square on the leg side, and a deep square with a deep cover out, effectively means you have to bowl wide outside off stump, and that's just too easy for Tim Tector. Got to be making him play, got to bring the stumps into play, bring the bowls and LBWs into play, which is exactly what we can see Matthew Foster doing with the field he's set now. And was the same that Ruan Pretorius had to Modgill for the first 5 deliveries of what was a very good over up until that point.
Yeah, it was. It was a strange change, but I'm going to bring a second slip in here for Foster. So that changes what you were talking about immediately. So that leg side is very vacant. Foster's been bringing it back in to the right-hander. Just about there. Oh, it's a great stop from Cian Robertson. He's it. Short, fine leg, and if he hadn't got a paw on that, that was going for boundary. Got across to his right. Weaker hand. Just got a, as I say, just got a hand on it. Kept it down to a single.
It is his weaker hand, Ali, and it's also the shoulder he's had issues with for the last 2 years. So when I see Cian go down to his right like that, just hot pops into the mouth for a split second, but he seems to be back up and absolutely fine straight away, which is great news.
Yeah, there's your delivery from Foster. We've watched him in the IP50 here at Stormont. It's been 2 games here so far for the Knights, and we've watched Matthew Foster wheel away at that City end. His first spell in the game against the Warriors was something to behold. Hardly a run off the bat in the first 5 or 6 overs. He's picked up wickets, so he'll be looking to break through here early. That's nice again from Tector. Well timed this time through mid-on. And again, Tom Mays has got the jog on, but he can give up a little bit earlier this time because that's well timed from Tector. 4 more.
That he can, and look, I think the Knights, as we said, have obviously decided they're going to have to be fuller here and attack the stumps, and that is the risk that you run, but it's not the end of the world. If you're captain or coach sitting on the side of the field, I don't think you mind getting driven down the ground here. It's a touch too full. If you hit this slightly back of a length, just like he has there, I think you're very much in the game, and if the batters are looking to be positive down the ground, I think you're bringing all modes of dismissal into play.
Yeah, I think that's where he's looking. They were definitely too short yesterday in the early stages of the T20 game. Yes, different format, and obviously you're looking at trying to restrict runs as well as take wickets, whereas here you're really looking to try and break through early. Trying to pitch it up a little bit further today. That's the length right there. Just dragging Tector forward, but not full enough so that he can get the ball down the ground. Yeah, just the one change really from yesterday. Taran Kuhn has had to miss out today. And they brought in Ben Callitz, Centurion from last week.
Again, a very good length there by Foster, and it's exactly what we're talking about, Ali. Bringing the batter forward, but not full enough for him to drive.
Yeah.
Outside half of the bat, and although it results in a single, you certainly wouldn't be too disappointed with that as captain or bowler.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the area you're looking for here early on. There's enough in the wicket. You can just bowl those lines and lengths today. Sometimes the odd short ball or mixing up your lengths is a good way to go, but certainly on what we've seen over the past 24 hours, it looks to be a line and length deck, and just let the ball do a little bit off that.
And I think again there's no better bowler for these conditions than Ruan Pretorius. I still just feel with this field he's not really giving himself an opportunity to try and hit the stumps. Maybe that's a set plan from the Knights. I assume it is a set plan, in fact, and maybe it's something that's going to work, but I would just like to see an extra fielder on the leg side.
You're going to get it for the look of it. You must have a little earpiece in out there, possibly James McCullum. He's listening well to you.
Yeah, I just think that makes so much more sense. I can't think of any dismissals caught in the slips over the past week in the games that have been here, but I can think of so many bowls and LBWs, and if you're not bowling at the stumps, you're not going to get a bowled or LBW. So I much prefer this field. I much prefer this plan.
And he delivers right on the money. Morgan Topping's been brought across from a sort of gully region. Well, more point, I suppose. Still got a gully in there with a slip. So yeah, there's been very few going behind the wicket. Catches very few and far between this season here. That's a little bit short. It's got cover. So yeah, just a ring field possibly as early as this in the third over. Yeah, you'd love to see the ball hooping around and nicks off to the slips and all looks good. But this particular field looks like a ring field, ball line and length, and let everything sort of come from there.
There's certainly been enough movement, so I suppose the fact that they're... Maybe I'm misremembering here, but to me the fact that there've been no slip catches is quite strange. But I think it probably says a little bit more about the seam attack of the Northern Knights, that they generally speaking bring the ball back into the right-hand batter off the seam and attack the stumps a little bit more, as opposed to take it away from the bat and bring the slips into play. Probably even more reason to have the straighter field and the extra man into the leg side to try and attack the bails, basically, which is where he got both of these men out yesterday.
That's right. That man's really close. There he is, Morgan Topping. He's really close on the leg side now. Yeah, you're talking about catches behind the wicket. I don't really want to bring this up, seeing as you're the coach of the Dragons, but I noted that on Sunday there were quite a few going to slip and keeper in the Super Series game on Sunday. A couple of good catches behind the wicket from both the Dragons and the Scorchers. Unfortunately, your girls picked up a few more, dropped a few wickets behind the stumps, but the catching was good behind the wickets, and I just noted that on Sunday. Oh, there you go. There you go. That is picture perfect about what you're talking about, James Cameron Dow. Exactly what you're on about. Line and length, and a duplicate of what we saw yesterday from Ryan Pretorius. He's getting the high fives from his teammates. He has just nipped one back through Tim Tector there. He was looking dangerous already. That's a big wicket for the Northern Knights. The man in form has gone. Ryan Pretorius has cleaned him up once again. Tector goes for 10.
Yeah, it is a big wicket, Ali, as you say, and I said at the start of this over, when it comes to line and length, there are not many better around than Ryan Pretorius. That's exactly what he does. Lands just outside off stump, nips back, and basically an exact replica of his dismissal yesterday as it clipped the top bail on middle stump. What a delivery. What a start.
Yeah, that was a replay from about 10 seconds ago, but we could have clipped up yesterday's delivery and showed you that as well. Identical from yesterday for Pretorius. And exactly what you were talking about with that field change. Then he can bowl much more on the stumps, knowing that he's got cover in the leg side. If that's just popped into the leg side there, he won't get a single. So he can bowl a lot straighter. And you could see on screen there that just the movement off the pitch. It's not in the air, it's not swing. Off the pitch, it nipped back through Tector's defences. And the Knights get the breakthrough, 13 for 1. That ends the third. Chris DeFreitas. A slight change in the order from yesterday. Brought the left-hander in, and we talked quite a lot about that yesterday in terms of the spin. So, maybe would have thought about holding DeFreitas back to 4 and hoping that, similar to yesterday, Patel and Modgill would have seen off the new ball. But DeFreitas, Balbriggan, he's in at first drop. It's going to be Matthew Foster, Oldham Modgill. And that's a Jaffa from Matthew Foster, an absolute beauty. Good carry through to the keeper, Sam Topping. A real good delivery from Foster.
Yeah, it is, and when you see the ball doing that from that length, once again, you really don't mind being driven down the ground, because Just one little misjudgment from the batter, one little mistake, and brings the stumps into play, brings the outside edge into play, brings all sorts of dismissals into play. Whereas that one just a little bit shorter, allows the batter to adjust easily, tuck it into the leg side for a single as deep square comes up.
Yeah, just with the extra slip in for Foster, then it just takes away that extra fielder we had talked about on the leg side there. That's maybe just exactly what we were talking about in the last over. That's the ball that Tim Tector could have just defended and knocked it into the leg side if there was no man there. But with the man there, he kind of plays a lot straighter and the ball nips back between the gate. But we've got a little change here, obviously, with the left-hander now. Still 2 slips.
Yeah, I think I prefer this field, to be honest with you, Ali. The deep square out and the fine leg up in the ring is probably more the modern day field in the way that teams tend to go about it. But I think when conditions are in the bowler's favour, I would like to see a square leg up saving the one for the right-hander. And that just allows fine leg also to drop back. It means that if there is a little lucky inside edge or something like that, you've got your fine leg back and just building a little bit more pressure through trying to save one in square leg. I think it's too easy for Modgill to just drop back and drop the ball into square leg, get himself up the other end. I'd like to see them force him to do something that he's not necessarily comfortable with.
Is he coming round the wicket now? Matthew Foster to the left-hander. Oh, yeah, again. That's the perfect length. A little bit of shape off the deck. Bringing Chris de Freitas forward. And that's exactly why the number 7 and the number 30 are standing at slip. That just does a little bit less, actually. That could take the next. He's bringing de Freitas forward. He's not able to go on the back foot with that length. That's a beauty. Oh, that's gone. He's left that go. And that's beautiful bowling from Matthew Foster. Just nipped the first one away. And like a spinner, that was like an arm ball. It went straight on with the arm a little bit. No movement off the deck there. Just went straight on and literally kissed the bail off. But that's good enough. As long as it comes off the stumps, it counts. And Matthew Foster is doing it again for the Northern Knights. He's picked up another wicket. Threatening again now, that length. And Chris de Freitas has gone for a duck. Here we see it again.
Yeah, you have to feel a little bit for de Freitas there because you can see what he's trying to do. The ball before that just nipped away. Assume that similar sort of thing was going to happen, but that is an absolutely perfect delivery from Matthew Foster. An exceptional piece of bowling. You spoke about him coming around the wicket to create that angle in out of the hand before landing the ball and sort of taking it away, which we said earlier was his natural shape and movement that he gets. And that one, as you say, the old arm ball just continues on the line that it was at. And as I say, I can see exactly what de Freitas was doing. But unfortunately, there are only 2 types of leaves, aren't there? And that wasn't a very good one. But a great piece of bowling by Foster.
It is. It really is a lovely piece of bowling there. As I say, the ball before, if we can ever get a chance to go back and look at that, you'll see the ball before has gone a couple of inches off the deck. And he's played inside it. We mentioned about nicking to the slips, and then if we're talking about it, I'm sure de Freitas was thinking, okay, well, he's swinging it away, or sorry, taking it away off the deck here. I can leave that one. It just comes in with the angle. And as I said, just kissed the off bail. 2 right-handers again now. Monal Patel. He debuted yesterday for the Lightning. And he's in the 4th over, last ball of the 4th. Oh, lovely welcome. Matthew Foster is really doing it again here. He's real threatening now. Good ball first up to Patel. Really lovely length. Just perfect for this wicket. Oh, yeah. See James McCullum head in hands there. So, yeah, they've lost the toss here, but, you know, the conditions are still decent for the bowlers if you put it in the right places. And so far, these 2 are doing exactly that. And at 14 for 2 from 4. Knights are looking to pick up another couple quickly here and really put the pressure on the Leinster Lightning. So Pretorius to continue from the Dundonald end.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, the Knights' plan, they obviously spoke about the fact that they needed to be a little bit fuller here. They came out, Tim Tector played 2 fantastic drive shots. Looked a little bit overpitched, but still, it's very easy to then think, oh no, we need to pull our lengths back. It's a different deck, it's this, it's that. They didn't do that. They continued doing exactly what they had spoken about. They've hit the top of the stumps, and they've got 2 rewards so far, and well-deserved rewards, it must be said.
Yeah, it's a really good point for sort of cricketers at club level that, you know, you'll be going out with a plan. Yesterday we talked about them changing it because the opposition changed. Modgill decided to come down the track to Pretoria, so they decided, right, we've got to do something different. So having that flexibility, but also then in these circumstances, sticking with your plan, even if it's not working initially. You know, you can't say, well, okay, we've got a plan here, we know this can work. So it's been quite easy to, as you say, pull it back a couple of feet there and go away from the stumps, but they've stuck with it. As you say, they've got the rewards now, and Pretorius will be jumping here. I'll go with Mona Patel here. He's just faced 1 ball. Right on the money from Pretorius.
Yeah, that's lovely. You won't be looking to leave there. You'll be looking to, any right-hander that comes into bat will be looking for that exact same delivery again and again. I'm also intrigued as to the change. I'm getting the left-hander in at number 3 and the right-hander in at number 4.
Yeah.
Would have actually been going the other way around, not only based on the fact that that was what they did in the T20 yesterday, but also as Pretorius just bangs away again on that length, finding the outside half, outside shoulder of the bat. Also with the left arm spinners of Humphreys and Robinson, I understand that the Leinster Lightning have some left-handers towards the back end of the innings, but I think a left-hander coming in at 4 or 5 would have made things a whole lot more difficult. And I did see Jason van der Merwe warming up his off-spin at the start, but I can't imagine van der Merwe's off-spin will be as big a threat as the 2 left-arm spinners, and he'll probably be used as a 6th bowler with no Tyron Kuhn. But I just think a left-hander coming into the middle order here, unless that's the plan, maybe Dylan Luce or David Delaney could be coming in at 6 or 7 to try and counter the left arm spin of Robertson and Humphreys, but I'd like to have seen De Freitas in at 4.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I think David Delaney's a bit of a floater here. I think they'll probably look at him because he came in, I think he came in at 10 yesterday.
He did, yeah.
Which is way too low for David Delaney, a quality player. But possibly it was circumstances yesterday, I'm not really sure. But certainly today I think he may be told, look, if the left arm spinners come on and a wicket falls, you may have to change your position here. They'll want to definitely looked at yesterday and said right left hand is really important when the spinners are on. Certainly the left arm spinners, you need a left hander in there.
Yeah, with such a strong cross breeze also, Ali, it effectively means that the left arm spinners, if there's a left hander batting, they probably can't bowl in tandem.
Yeah.
And that'll be a massive issue for the Knights if it comes down to that. We saw Ben Callets last week in a fantastic 100 really take a liking to the left arm spinners bowling from this near end. And if Leinster Lightning had a left hander do that to Humphreys and Robinson.
Again, testing again.
It would really, sorry, as I was saying, it would really create all sorts of issues with the way that the Knights will go around the bowling innings. So we'll see how that all plays out. Could be quite interesting to see what they do with Delaney.
Yeah, certainly something to watch out for later in the innings, but the Knights will keep going here. Foster's bowling a really good spell. That first ball of the game is threatening, but they'll still want to get off the mark. He played well yesterday. Certainly earlier on in his innings, he really got off to a flyer against the seam. He's 20 very quickly. And as you mentioned, the spin came on and he sort of got stuck a little bit, lost a little bit of strike, and obviously in T20 you like to keep that momentum going, and he lost a bit of that. Can't really knock the fella because he got 47. Certainly a top scorer for the Lightning. That's a nice shot. Went into that one. A little bit over pitched from Foster. No fielders on the boundary in this power play. Really just lent on that Patel, and he gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, that is a lovely shot, and as you mentioned, Ali, slightly over pitch for Matthew Foster, probably slightly too wide also. But again, he won't be discouraged by that. He's seen enough in the wicket to know that if he hits that nice full length hitting the top of the stumps, that he's in the game all the time. And after a relatively poor day for him yesterday, he certainly started today in far better form.
You can see the movement off the pitch there. Quite prodigious. Nipping back. You can see it here now. Pitch is outside off, and I think probably goes over leg stump by the time. Not quite. I'm giving him a little bit. Certainly over off, but just pulls out there. I'm not sure what it was on that occasion, but it is still quite windy here. See the trees in the background are quite fresh. The wind coming across the ground. Right there. That's exactly where he wants to be. As we've mentioned, this is a big game in this tournament. Knights have gone 2 from 2. Obviously, in both of those games, they were sent in to bat. Batted first in both games. Got over 200 in both of them. And that was enough. The bowling attack did the business. Today, though, Leinster Lightning have decided to bat first and set a total. So the Knights still have to chase. They've started well with those 2 wickets. Tector and De Freitas. And after 6 overs, the Leinster Lightning are 20 for 2. Yeah, the other thing, obviously different from yesterday, I do kind of go on about this, how I think it's two completely different games now, T20 and IP50. Obviously a longer format, but I do think that the sort of processes are different, especially for bowlers. And it really, you know, you're only going to bowl probably a 2-over spell at most, whereas here your opening spell is going to be possibly 5, and if you're bowling really well like Foster's been doing so far, I think he bowled 7 in his original, straight through 7. So it's getting into a spell. I remember watching Andy McBride here. He's bowling in T20. He bowls 1-2 overs, but in the 50-over game here, he bowled 1 or 2 overs and then really got into a spell after that and bowled right through. Gets into a rhythm. Yeah, it's a bit short on that occasion from Pretorius. Mokia gets up on his toes that time. That's what we talked about yesterday. A little bit short. There's plenty of time if you do that to get onto the back foot.
Yeah, Pretorius probably got away with his first one there, but Woodgill too good to let him get away with 2 in a row. A lovely back foot drive between the extra cover and the point fielder, and races away towards the Upper Newtonards Road. And Pretorius then makes the adjustment and gets straight back onto the length that he wants to be on. Just bringing the top of the stumps into play, bringing both edges into play and doing what they've been trying to do all morning. And yeah, Ali, you're 100% right there. I mean, you not only spell-wise bowling different number of overs, I think your role also changes. Batters are more patient, so you sort of need to manufacture pressure out of nowhere.
Yeah, just think it's a different, you know, you're sort of looking for wickets much more in an IP50. Yes, of course, everybody's looking for wickets at all times, but sort of if you're going for 3-4 and over in an IP20, you're doing a magic job for your team. Here, you really need to get the wickets up front, because you can then get into a 20-over game and a batting. You know, from 30 to 50, you can really double your score if you've got wickets in hand. Nice from Pretorius. So it's a different mindset. all the way around.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot more thinking, a lot more planning. You don't mind facing a maiden as a batter, as a bowler. As much as you enjoy bowling maidens, you'd much rather go for a boundary and take a wicket. And as I say, you've got to sort of manufacture pressure out of nothing. The only way to do that is keep one batter at one side and try and get him playing and missing and force him to do something he's uncomfortable with.
Yeah, probably a little bit more on the skipper as well. And much more planning to do over a 50-over game. James McCullum obviously in charge at the minute for the Knights, with Market there and Neil Rock away with Ireland. Yeah, pretty big game today, coming up at 3:30. James, obviously that big match-up with India in the World Cup. Different format we're talking about, T20, but yeah, it should be pretty exciting for everybody over in New York, and obviously everybody watching here. Looking forward to that later on today.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a buzz just around the fact that it's in America. Yep. And there's
nicely bowled again from Foster. Yeah, I think it is a bit about that.
See, there's a lot happening in New York, and yeah, I think there's a lot of excitement around it. Should be a fantastic crowd in. It'll be very interesting to see how things go and how things unfold there. If the Sri Lanka-South Africa game is anything to go by, it could be some very interesting conditions, and batters might have to adjust their game plans.
Again, driven through the offside, as you mentioned, going for a boundary, but that's kind of where Foster wants to be. It's possibly 6 inches too full, but won't mind that. Bringing Patel forward on the drive. It was a little bit tighter to the stumps. The previous one in the last over from Foster was a little bit wider than that. He's driven that past the cover. 3 for 4.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Ali. Probably maybe a foot just too full, but again, I don't think that's found the middle of the bat, and
that was actually a better strike, I think. But he'll only get one this time. Picked out the fielder.
He's picked up the fielder, but still managed to get through for the single, just semi-finding that gap between extra cover and mid-off. Yeah, it's obviously not easy to see or hear if it finds the middle of the bat here or not, but I do feel as though those are both slightly overpitched and probably both mishit, which, again, I sort of feel is exactly why you want to be bringing them slightly forward. Whereas that one, he pulls his length back, does Foster, and you could hear the shout of no as he released that delivery because it was just too short into the thigh pad of Modgill. And once again, they've actually got the field that I asked for earlier, but this time he's able to just clip it off the thigh pad to square leg, and with square leg up in the ring and fine leg back, races away for a boundary. Again though, I don't necessarily mind that field. I don't think that was a particularly good ball by Foster, and I think he acknowledged that as soon as he released it.
Yeah.
And then he gets back onto exactly where he wants to be. Such a frustrating game. You know exactly where you want to be. You're running in, you're trying to hit it over and over again. Sometimes it just doesn't quite come out right, and you give away a boundary or two and an over, and then you bowl an absolute chaffer and wonder why you can't do that every single ball.
Yeah, that's exactly why it is frustrating. I used to think golf was the most frustrating game in the world, where you can hit one down the middle and you think, why can't I do that all the time? Cricket's something similar as a bowler. Pushed into the offside. Comes back for 2. Good run in this time. Just got past Van Merwe there at point, but recognised. We're going to get back for 2. So good over for the Lightning there. 2 boundaries in it. 11 coming from it. And what we've witnessed from Foster so far is causing problems. So to get 11 runs off that over, the Lightning will be well happy with that. They moved on to 35 for 2 from 8 overs. So 2 overs left in the power play.
one big over like that makes such a massive difference, especially when you're probably looking at the pitch, you're probably looking at conditions and you're thinking, well, it's not going to be a massively high scoring game. Every run matters, every over matters. Big overs like that release a lot of pressure. As Pretorius starts his 5th over with a dot ball, slightly back of a length.
Just looking at the field here, Jimmy, and it's telling you everything you want to know here really about the pace and the pitch. 8.1 overs gone here. We've no longer got slips. You've got a cover fielder which is really quite tight, and also a fairly short mid-wicket. That's a good ball and a big appeal, because he's left that. Hasn't played a shot. Patel. Pretorius is, that's what's known as a Paddington stare. He's given the umpire full light bulbs there. Let's have a look at it.
It is tight, I'll give him that much. It is tight. It looked like it was coming back enough. Whether it was just going over the top of the stumps or not, I'm not entirely sure. It was certainly a good appeal there.
Yeah, I think that would have been the only thing that saved him. It hit him possibly just above the knee roll, but there's not much bounce in this pitch we've seen so far. Maybe just the optics of it, maybe hitting above the knee roll, but that was a real good shot from Pretorius. Left alone, and of course, leave it alone, it can hit you outside off. That's come back in again, he's going up again. That did look higher. He's threatening here.
It'll be interesting to see if this one, he obviously, as you said, you can kick it away if it's outside the line and still be given out, but did this one hit him inside the line? It was touch and go. That's very close. We spoke last run Pretorius over about manufacturing pressure out of nothing, and that's exactly what he's done in these couple of balls here. He's making the batter make decisions. He's left one, he's hit him on the knee, 2 big appeals. Something feels as though something's brewing here, as that one doesn't come back in and he punches it into that short cover region that you just mentioned where James McCollum is. And all of a sudden you can hear a little bit more noise from the field. The Northern Knights just have a feeling that this is an important few balls here.
Yeah, 4 dots, but more importantly than that, 2 huge appeals from Pretorius, and as you mentioned, that creates its own pressure in the batsman's head. 2 balls in this over. It's into the offside. Well fielded. Where is it? Yep, it is indeed. Well fielded. And that's important as well, because it keeps Patel on strike here. He doesn't get down the other end. You've got to face this last ball. I know it's only 1 ball, but the pressure's been created in this over. Could this be a crucial delivery?
Yeah, 100%. That little bit of fielding is hugely important. Could easily have run away for 2, and all of a sudden the pressure releases.
Oh, has he got him? Massive appeal. Well, it'll be interesting to see the replay on that one. Huge appeal from the Knights. Pretty much everybody went up, and that's usually a good sign. Let's take a look at it here. See if we can detect anything. Yeah. Sure if it clipped the pad there.
Oh, definitely clipped the back pad, I think. It was just a case of whether it was going over the stumps or not. It was certainly in line.
Initially we thought it was a caught behind they were up for, but looking at that replay, it was a little bit lower when it made connection. It was 3 very, very good shouts in that over. Really all over Monil Patel and that over Ruan Pretorius. Really a threatening over there. And Patel will be standing at the non-striker's end in this over, thinking it was a real going over there, but it's Foster now. Can he get back on his lines? Is there a chance here? Oh, that's someone. Nice piece of cricket there from Robertson, actually. Into the end that possibly batters weren't thinking. Saw that yesterday. Morgan Topping was run out. And yeah, you've talked about the pressure. That's exactly what that over from Pretorius has done. And now you want your bowling partner to really just back you up here. We'll just see that little underarm throw. Yeah, I think he'd have been home with the dive.
Yeah, 100%, and that's exactly what bowling and partnerships is. Patel certainly, after facing those 6 balls from Ruan Pretoria, certainly wouldn't have minded 3 or 4 minutes standing up at the non-striker's end and hoping that Modgill, who has probably been slightly more comfortable, would get a boundary or two away of Foster and just release a little bit of that pressure. But one delivery later, he's back up this end, and it's so important now for the Northern Knights that Matthew Foster backs up his bowling partner, Ruan Pretorius, and they work together in a partnership here.
Oh, that's nice. That's exactly what he's looking for. And a little bit of pressure just building here. And unfortunately, I have to say that a little bit of pressure in the skies as well, I think, because, yeah, the clouds are coming in. And indeed, just as we enter the final 3 balls of the power play, you can hear the tractors up and running. And we're going to have a shower here, which is, I think they've preempted it a little bit. It's starting to rain now. You can see it coming from over the pavilion. Unfortunately, the players are making their way off here. We're really hoping that this is a quick shower and it'll blow through. There is quite windy conditions, so as we say, hopefully the clouds will be blown through fairly quickly. But unfortunately, the players, as I say, taking a little break now, and the score 36 for 2. Wicket apiece for Ruan Pretorius and 1 for Foster. Pretorius getting Tim Tector again after yesterday, and then Foster just clipping the off stump of Krista Freitas for his wicket. So 9.3 overs gone here at Stormont, and the players heading off to their respective tents for a little bit of a break, and we'll do something similar, but hopefully we will be back with you very shortly when this IP50 game between the Knights and the Leinster Lightning restarts. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ward Stormont. Delighted to say that the shower that we had has blown through. And as you can see on the screen there, the Northern Knights are back on the field here, and they'll be joined very shortly by the two not-out batters for the Leinster Lightning. So now Modgill's on 15 and Monil Patel on 9. A little bit of a recovery from the Lightning from losing Tim Sector and Chris DeFreitas earlier, so they're 36 for 2. We came off at 11:25, so getting back on here just before midday. 35-minute break and play there. And I think, given the forecast today, we may have something similar later on today. We hope not, but could be a couple of showers. And obviously we're hoping that that doesn't come to pass. As you look on screen now, it's quite nice out there now, blue skies, but as I say, we've lost half an hour there. Don't think there'll be any loss in overs right now, because we have got a little bit of a grace period. We're all set to go again now. As a reminder, the score 36 for 2 when we came off, 9.3 overs, so 3 balls left in the power play. And it's going to be Matthew Foster, who was about to start, and he has just pulled up. He's ready to go now, and he'll be bowling to Monil Patel. Pitched up, and it'll be a little bit of work to do for Matthew Humphreys, which he does quite well. Prevents the single. It's just about starting again here now. And that little break's never nice for either side. Certainly the batters would like to keep going. They've got to start again, get used to the pace of the pitch once again. So, just see out this power play now. 2 balls left in it. Foster in again. One nips back. Called through by Patel, and he'll get through for 1. I'm delighted James Cameron Dow has taken a little break during that rain. Absolutely delighted here to have John Kenny with us today. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much. How are you, Ali?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty cold, unfortunately. there's nice sunshine, but there's not much heat about.
There is not. Just hopefully that rain has passed overhead and will continue to not bother us. Last week was on off. Today, hopefully, that's just the one and only break we'll have in play. No overs lost. Good start here by the Knights. Top of the table. 2 wins out of 2. Leinster yet to win in their 2 games. Anxious to get a victory here.
Yeah, we'll close out that power play. A little bit different there, coming off after 9.3. Just 3 balls left in the power play, but that finishes it off. So 10 overs gone. And it's 38 for the loss of 2 wickets. Yeah, as we were talking about in the first sort of session there, it's a big game here. We talked about yesterday the IP50. It was a big game for the Lightning, and when they've prevailed there just by that 1 run.
Heck of a game, yeah.
Yeah, that's really set them up in pole position for that trophy. We take a break from interprovincial cricket after today for a little while until August, when the tournaments will come back again. But certainly if the Knights can win this game and go 3 from 3, that would set them up well. But the Lightning, if they prevail, then that will really close it up. Another game going on at the minute as well down in Oak Hill between the Reds and the Warriors. So plenty of cricket today. Obviously we've mentioned before a little game over in New York with Ireland taking on India at 3:30. Royan Pretorius. Another shout just before you came on, John. There were 3 massive appeals from Pretorius in his last over before that rain break. A couple of them look pretty close to me. A bit of a difficult angle, but right on it again here.
Top class all-rounder Royan Pretorius. Been worrying the batsman all morning.
Oh, that's got to be close. Oh, and he's got a not out again. You see Rolly Black shake his head immediately. And Pretorius once again looks forlornly at the umpire. Let's have a look at that again. That looked really close. Nipping back. And hit Modgill very low. Oh, maybe a good decision there, actually. possibly just hit him outside the off stump, but really close again. Attacking the stumps for Leon Pretorius.
Yeah, Roddy Black standing his ground. If you're not out, you're not out. Despite all the appeals from the field and from the bowler, like an experienced umpire, Mark Hawthorne is our other umpire standing at square leg today. That other game, by the way, Northwest Warriors won the toss against Munster. It's the outside edge against Munster, and they've decided to bat. Keep an eye on that game for you. And also, if we're still on air, the other third eye, if you can call it that, will be very much fixed on New York and Ireland against India in their opening game of the T20 games. There's been some interesting matches so far in that. USA beat Canada. That's also in Ireland's group. Batted second, won by 7 wickets. And the rain in Bridgetown, Barbados, in the air.
And it's gone. Matthew Humphreys with the catch, and Leon Pretorius finally gets his man. Lots of LBW appeals, none successful. On this occasion, he bowls just that little length we're talking about, just short of drivable, but brings Monil Patel forward. He gets a bit of a leading edge as he tries to hit that through mid-on. Matthew Humphreys takes the catch in the covers, and the third wicket goes. Monil Patel goes for 10.
They're getting through them early. 39 for 3 now. Having been at one stage 13 for 1, 14 for 2, 39 for 3. Pretorius has got a couple. Foster at the other end. That's a good catch. Swirling wind out there. Had to make ground, diving away to his right hand side. Good catch, Patel. On Humphreys. Old Pretorius. He's gone for 10. And new batter at the crease.
This is what we talked about actually before you come on, John, as to where David Delaney would bat today.
He's coming in now.
And he's coming in now. He came in at 10 yesterday, which obviously we think was a little bit low for a man of his ability. But it's really interesting that he's come in at number 5 today, in that the left-hand, right-hand partnership when there's spinners on. And you would expect the spinners to be coming on fairly soon, even though Pretorius and Foster have gone well. They're into the 11th over now. So the expectation would be now the 2 left-arm spinners will be coming on, and they've thrown David Delaney in at 5, I think specifically for that reason, that he's a left-hander.
Wind shakes the tents as Pretorius comes in, and this time to the left-hander. Just shapes it away. That's why they put the first slip in.
Yeah, James McCullum's just going to pop down to Pretorius and have a bit of a chat with him to see.
Does he need a second?
Well, it could be exactly that, or just what's the plan here, because I actually don't think the Knights were expecting David Delaney to come in at 5. So they've had to readjust a little bit. And maybe a new plan. That's full outside off, but Delaney will get off strike. A little bit fortunate inside edge.
Just mentioning with that match, the Northwest Warriors against the Munster Reds. 71 for 3 after 18, deciding to bat. Macbeth is there, and Andy McBride on 14. McBride maybe consider himself a little unlucky not to be in the T20 squad. Maybe more of a 50-over man these days. Stephen Donaghy gone for 25.
There's your card here at Stormont. It's Pretorius with 2 wickets. Tim Tector and Monil Patel both gone for 10. DeFreitas with the other. Lovely ball to get rid of Chris DeFreitas. Swapna Mogil is hanging in there at 17 off 26, and David Delaney's just joined him. He's off the mark on 1. So yeah, really interesting to see Delaney coming in here at 5. Sam Harbinson probably would have been the expected man at 5.
Well, they have the 2 slips in place now, haven't they?
Yep.
Pretorius in at second slip alongside his captain. Yeah, I was just mentioning before the wicket fell, there could have been a huge shock. Scotland against England yesterday. Scotland were 90 for none after 10 overs, and the match then reduced to 10 overs, so England would have needed 91 to win. So that could have been a close game. Unfortunately, from Scotland's point of view, the rain kept falling and the match was declared a non-result. It could have been a huge shock.
Yeah, well, actually, England would have needed 110 because with Duckworth Lewis, it went to 109 off 10 because they didn't lose any wickets and they had come off after 6 overs. So England would have needed to score at 11 and over in that game. And could have proved a tough ask, but in the end, the rain came and made that one no result. Yeah, it will be. I think James Cameron Day was mentioning about conditions in New York. We saw the South Africa game against Sri Lanka, and South Africa blitzed away Sri Lanka, and we're only chasing 70 odd, I think 74, but 4 down, and took them into the middle 3/4 of the way through the game before they got it. So it doesn't look as if it's going to be a massive run fest in New York. I think it's the outfield is the problem. It's very sandy, and
yeah, it's a new pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, the ball's not skidding over the outfield, so that could cause issues. Oh, it's a beauty. That's a real beauty from Foster. So yeah, it might be a different way of playing for, I mean, the boys are used to hitting the ball out of the park, but it could be like the old beach football where you've got to keep it in the air, and it either has to go out of the park or we're talking about singles or sixes, really. Could be something different.
I showed that replay how the ball just squared him up. Delaney, lucky, didn't get an outside edge there.
That's a nice shot from Delaney. Down the ground, he's going to get 4 for that. We talked about that earlier. And Tim Tector had hit a couple of drives off Foster. He'll not mind that. He'd rather be bringing the batter forward and letting them play off the back foot. That's been more difficult. Nice shot though from Delaney.
It was, yeah, just eased it down the ground. Nothing the fielder could do about that. Just galloped away off the outfield and then trickle over the boundary ropes. Delaney be happy to get his first boundary. He's at 5. Michael on 17. A little bit of a pickle here, 44 for 3. They lose another one, they'll be in real trouble. So a lot on these two's shoulders. Looking for the quick single there, but hurriedly they got back, and that was the right decision.
Yeah, Kid Carmichael in that position there at mid-wicket. As we talked about yesterday, he's probably the quickest member of the Knights squad. And he got round to prevent the single.
And in the over, 44 for 3 now after 12, just 4 runs from that Foster over.
Yeah, I can see Tom Mays going through a bit of work there. Thought he was possibly going to be coming on, but no surprise really that Rian Pretorius is going to get another over here. He's bowled 6 so far, and certainly in his last couple has been as threatening as we've seen all day, so no surprise that he gets another.
Both of these opening bowlers have bowled 6 overs each. Interesting to see, will they bowl Pretorius stay through or just give him the one more and then hold back for 3 at the death?
Yeah, well, I can see in the left-hand side of the field here, Matthew Humphreys is also going through fairly rigorous workout, so I think he'll be into the action very, very soon. So a lot of spin yesterday.
A different format of the game yesterday, of course, with the IP20s and spin. You would have thought, remember years ago when the IP or the 20 overs game was invented, that spin would become redundant. You would have thought that spin became more effective than the fast bowlers.
Absolutely anything but. Certainly your leg spinners and your left arm spinners have come into it. But yeah, it's definitely effective yesterday, and speaking to both teams this morning, I think it's going to be important today. That's nice again from Pretorius. He's challenging both sides of the bat here. The LBW is certainly on, but he's beating the outside edge as well.
Michael will say that he'd pulled that bat away, but I think he actually pulled the bat away when the ball had actually passed by him. Fortunate. Impressive figures in the 7th over, 2 for 13 and 3 dot balls in this over so far. Windy day. Ball shooting into the right-handers, away from the left.
Yeah, he's been really on form this season, Pretorius. Mainly his batting has been highlighted in this format. He's got 91 and an 81 in the 2 games so far, but he's also really performed up top with the ball. picking up wickets and hasn't gone for many runs today. That's right on the money again. Mudgill misses that. He'll be hearing another appeal from Pretorius. 4 dot balls already this over, keeping the pressure on.
Pretorius would think that he may have got a few more. Such the amount of LBW decisions that's been turned down, but I think we've seen on most occasions that Rory Black has got those decisions right.
I think that last one was a real good decision. Certainly. It's a little bit fuller. Yeah, I think that last one looked probably, from our angle, looked out, but seeing the replay, I think it definitely hit him outside the off stump. May well have gone on to hit the stumps, but of course that's not out. If it hits you outside the off stump playing a shot, probably the closest one was the one that he left, and it was nipping back, and then you don't need to be sort of hitting line. So yeah, a few good appeals, but just one off that over.
45 for 3 now at the end of 13. I'd say we're going to have a bit of spin now for the first time. The openers have bowled 13 between them. In Pretorius from the Dundonald end, and from the City end, 6 overs from Matt Foster. And for the first time today, Matt Humphreys from Lisburn, who's taken the catch as well to get rid of Monal Patel. He's coming on now. And we'll have one slip in place. Plenty of cover in the covers. 4, 5 on the offside. Just the 2 men, 3 men actually on the leg side. One is behind square on the rope. But with the 3 wickets already gone, our league leaders can put the pressure on for the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here to see how Humphreys bowls. He bowled well yesterday, probably outshone a little bit by Kane Robertson. But it'll be interesting to see how he goes here on this wicket. Not sort of full ball, but he got to slip in there. And certainly what we watched yesterday was quite a bit of turn yesterday, so...
Yeah, James McCullum is happening from close in, isn't he? For a slip. A big appeal, and out. And another one goes. Well, Peru Pretorius at the other end will think, hang on a second, I had 5 or 6 appeals here and you gave me nothing. Right? He bowls the second ball, man, Humphreys, and he gets his man, and it's 4 down, 45 for 4, and out goes Patel, and Muggill, I should say, for 18, and yeah, they're in real trouble now, but second ball takes a wicket.
Yeah, we've talked about it pretty much non-stop from the start of play today, how much spin's going to come into this game. You see second ball, Humphreys bowls that, it pitches on and straightens. Mark Hawthorne straight up with the finger, and a punch of the air from Matthew Humphreys. He said that he might prove quite difficult to play on this. He'd see straight away he's getting a little bit of turn. That was a good delivery though, because the turn that we saw yesterday may even have taken the ball past the off stump, but he just took a little bit off that, hit straight in front, and that's the end of the resistance of Swapna Mudgill. He's gone, and that brings the Leinster Lightning captain Sam Harbinson to the crease.
And with this team in trouble, all the top order gone. Right into the middle order now. Delaney at 5, Harbison at 6, the captain. Just got to hang on in there. Get as many runs as they possibly can. Still 37 overs to be bowled here, so they do have plenty of time, but they're losing wickets all around them. Mudgill the latest to go. Tector early. DeFreitas. Patel. All back in the hutch.
Got away with that. Humphreys just stretching a little bit. You really just want to bowl line and length here. There's enough turn. It'll give him all the assistance he wants there if he just bowls middle stump right there. It's worked away though. Get Harbinson off strike. Yeah, look, I don't think it'll take a genius to say that this will not be a massive high scoring game here. We'll not be talking 300 here. Anything, I can tell you now, anything around 200 for the Lightning, they'll be taken, given what we've seen on this wicket, the amount of spin.
Seems to be a similar pattern going on to the game in Oak Hill. Munster Reds versus the Northwest Warriors. Warriors lost another wicket. 82 for 4 now in 21 overs, and it's 45 for 4 off 13 here.
And this is exactly why David Delaney's been sent in. Left-hander. Playing, spinning into him. Should be a little bit easier for the left-hander. Ends Matthew Foster's first over. He'll be delighted. It's a successful one. Just the one run coming from it. And he gets rid of the opener, Swapna Mudgill. LBW deserves a great appeal as well. Matthew Humphreys. Always important that you appeal well. And he gets the affirmative judgment, whereas Ryan Pretorius hitting the pads all day and doesn't get one from Rolly Black. That's the way the game goes.
Well, you still got 2 wickets anyway. You got Tector and Patel. Don't think you can complain too much.
Not really.
It's getting a bit dark overhead now again, but doesn't seem to be any threat of rain. It's just clouds obscuring the sun. It's a nippy all day. There's a north wind blowing across the ground. We've had this for the last while. It hasn't been the best of summers, north or south here in Ireland. Sadly, you can probably hear the wind whistling across the effects mic there as well.
Yeah. That'll be Tom Mays. Taking the, you sort of asked the question whether they were going to take Pretorius off after bowling 7, and indeed they have. So Tom Mays is going to come on here, bowl from the Dundonald end, except he's not, because Sam Harbinson pulls away. I'm kind of hoping that's not somebody walking in front of the side screen again. We had plenty of that yesterday.
Really? Oh dear.
We did.
Some people just don't think, do they?
Yeah, well, I think we're almost in the realms of we need signs up now. Would that make any difference? I'm not sure. So Tom Mays is going to hopefully get going now. He's bowling to Sam Harbinson. Oh, and he's got a wicket. First ball. Well, would you believe it? I was just about to comment that yesterday Tom Mays had bowled a little bit short, and hopefully he would pitch the ball up a little bit more today, as the Knights have generally done. The way Sam Harbinson's played that and walked off the pitch, I think he thinks that kept a little bit low. We'll have a look on replay here. Looked to be quite full. See it now.
Yeah, May's first delivery. Yeah, kept a little low, but Jag backed into him. And he looks quizzically down at the ground, and also with Rolly Black, but he has to go. Harbison for 1, 46 for 5 now. This could be an early day.
Well, I'll tell you what would have been really interesting there, John, if that had have hit Sam Harbinson on the pads there and possibly looped up on the offside or whatever,
yeah,
and there had been an appeal, would Rolly Black have given that out? Because that's gone on to hit the stumps, and that's what we're talking about, Pretorius. A lot of those LBW appeals, I think, were given not out on height because they were hitting around about the sort of over the knee rule. But that one has actually hit the off stump and kept reasonably low. So I wonder if that had been given out, if it had hit his pads. It's interesting.
That's good conjecture, actually, in fairness. It didn't happen, but fair enough, it's conjecture. No. And it'll put something into Rolly Black's mind that maybe his LBW decisions, the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. New batsman Gavin Hoey.
Yep, as you say, it is conjecture though, because it did go on to hit the stumps and took Rolly Black out of the equation. So now Gavin Hoey in here, and half the side out here. Lightning 46 for 5. Obviously, we talked about the toss, and he decided to bat first.
The wind is helping. Ball coming back into the batsman.
I think that's right. It isn't doing enough. It is definitely nipping around off the pitch. It's not really swinging from the hand. It's definitely off the pitch, which is actually, for this quality of player, is much harder Because if the ball's swinging, they can kind of watch it from the hand and either leave it or go with the swing. So whenever the ball nips about off the deck, like it is at the moment.
Single to the fine leg. Hoey off the mark. Got to dig in, these two. Delaney and Hoey. Don't be worried about the runs coming. Just hold on to your wicket for the next while. Only 14, nearly 15 overs gone. So plenty of time. Trying to rescue something here. If they can push it on towards that 200 mark, they'll be happy. But it's a long, long way to go at 47 for 5.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it is hang around time, survival mode. But that's not going to be easy. Certainly with the spin coming on now. Mays comes around the wicket to Delaney. He works around for one, and I think that's what they're going to have to do here. Is try and rotate strike. Because you don't want to just get bogged down completely. You've got to turn it over. All right, the 4 balls may not come. You may not be getting boundaries regularly. You don't want to be taking too much risk at the minute with 5 down, but you still need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. He bowled from Mays. Bit of work for Jason van der Merwe right there, and he does the slide and in partnership. And actually, Gavin Hoey just needed to be careful there. He looked as if he was coming back for the 3rd. That was nicely bowled from Mays, but well covered from Hoey. He gets away for 2, so 4 from that, and the wicket off his first ball.
50 up.
And that brings us, John says that's the 50 up, but 5 wickets down after 15 overs.
Just back to the T20 World Cup, Ireland against India. The conjecture is how Ireland are going to line up in terms of their bowling. We did see Craig Young in the Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands tri-series come in and bowl at the death, which is not normal for him. Just had a go, and he actually bowled quite well.
Yeah, he won that last game. He defended an 11, and he bowled quite well. I think that's the only real selection dilemma. Humphreys bowls again. Yeah, I think that's the only real selection dilemma. The other 10 places, I think, are pretty much set in stone, which is excellent.
Does Barry
for
McCarthy start? Yeah.
For me, if I was picking the team right now, given the conditions we're looking at, I think I'd go with McCarthy just on the basis of his extra batting ability. He can clear the ropes. Not saying Craig Young can't, but
he wouldn't be as good as.
But McCarthy is just a slightly ahead in terms of that, and if you bring McCarthy into the team there, he can come in at 9 and can clear the ropes late if you really need it. Hopefully he won't be needed, of course, in that role, but if he is, then I think McCarthy just gets the nod for me in this first game.
Exciting. Watching some of the videos, the Givneys in New York was full
terrific
yesterday.
Yeah, it was terrific, really was. Social media has been going flat out overnight there. It was really good.
Yeah, I had hoped to go, but
didn't we all?
Yeah, I had an offer to work for the BBC and Test Match Special, but unfortunately it didn't come off because other work commitments. Yeah, New York. I watched those couple of games against Ireland and Canada. Play Canada on Friday before moving to Florida for the other 2 games. And that's out as well.
Absolute beauty.
Well. 6 down. Start the cars.
Well, that's an absolute beauty from Humphreys. It's the left-hander, and we said it might be a little bit easier from the left-hander, but the ball is turning like that. It's not easy for anybody. And the Delaney experiment has not worked out. It's Matthew Humphreys. Here we go. We're going to see this delivery. You'll see it spin back into the left-hander. Fairly prodigious turn.
Yeah, a lot of turn there, isn't it? Played right through it. Into the gap it went. And took the off stump. And 50 for 6 now. Delaney gone for 6. Gavin Hoey is still there on 3, I should say. But Delaney, the latest one, gone. And that move up from 10 yesterday in the 20-over game up to number 5 has not paid off. And now the man from Terranure, Seamus Lynchin, with his team in a real pickle.
Yeah. It's real old school here wicket. It's like really difficult to bat on here. That has turned prodigiously. It really has. You can see on screen there that was 2 feet of turn. I'd love to get the amount of spin on show here in terms of an angle that's going at. That was almost Shane Warnish, if you pardon the expression there. It was really turning. Of course, Shane Warne, a leg spinner. Humphreys just a regular off spinner.
Humphreys will be very pleased to give you that command comparison.
Well, I think just the amount of turn here really is what I'm really talking about now. You can even nearly see another short catcher coming in here. Seamus Lynch, a little bit different for him here. He's renowned as a real clean hitter of the ball. And this game last year, I was here last year, and the Leinster Lightning put on a real show at the end of the season last year. Their season was pretty much over in terms of winning the trophy, but they came out that day, and Seamus Lynch had 100 that day, his maiden list day, and he smashed the Knights bowlers all round the park that day. And in fact, his partner in batting at the minute, when he was bowling, Gavin Hoy, took tournament best figures of 6 for 26 that day, and the Lightning won easy. But this is a different situation for Lynch. 51 for 6. Can he play his natural game, or does he need to just bed in here for a bit?
I think it's bedding in time. They were 39 for 2, now 51 for 6. Mays to continue from the Dundonald end. He's got a wicket in his last over, getting rid of Harbison. The Knights top of the table, 2 wins out of 2, looking to extend their lead against the all-conquering Leinster Lightning. Missing both sides, of course, some of their big names. Thanks for Northern Knights market there. Their captain, also the brother Ross, not here. They are with the 15-man squad. Then Leinster Lightning will say that likes of George Dockrell, Andy Balbirnie, Josh Little, all with the Irish team as well. So it gives a chance for some of the lesser lights to make an impression. Pretorius, we know how good he is. And Humphreys and Mays now amongst the wickets too. And Humphreys has bowled really well from the city end, taking 2 for.
Yeah, he's been good for quite a while now. Matthew Humphreys obviously went on that Wolves tour to Nepal. We've mentioned it a few times, and really performed well, certainly against the Nepali side. That's a good ball again from Mays. I don't mind that single. Good attacking stuff there from Tom Mays. He's bowled a much better length today than he did yesterday.
Just the 3 batsmen in double figures. Lodgill, Tector and Patel, just about 10 each. Fionn to come. Luz and Sidhu. We really are down to the bowlers. And they'll push and run. They should get 2 here. Maybe even
4
more.
Yeah, I think that's going to go for 4. Oh, that's...
Pretorius, I think he's going to give the 4 there, because I think his feet right in front of us touch the line. So that's 4 runs. Nicely timed.
Yeah, we'll just see it again here. You know, what's this ball? This is the ultimate teaser for Ryan Pretorius. I called it early. It was going for 4, but I thought he beat me here. Let's have a look at it. Here we go.
I think he pulls it back just before the line. He does, but he touches the line as he does so. So, in fairness to him, he declared it a 4. 4 welcome runs.
Yeah, very much so. And that's the type of shot that we're looking at here. There was no risk there. Just pushed it down the ground and gets a real good reward for it. Good comeback from Mays. Just pulled the length back a little bit.
It's really annoying as a fielder watching the ball just trundle away from you like that, thinking, I've got it. No, well, no, sorry.
You kind of think, well, why did I ball in the first place? I could have just stood where I was and saved myself a 30-40 yard run.
Exactly. Here, throw that ball back to me.
The problem is then if it doesn't actually reach the bench, you look pretty foolish.
You got to make the commitment, all right.
For sure.
56 for 6. Howie on 7. Lynch on 2. Ball uppish. And ends that Mays over. Good spell from him so far. 2 overs, just yielding the 9 runs and the wicket. It's 56 for 6 at the end of 17. Having decided to bat, Leinster Lightning, well, trying to build some kind of score that they can defend.
Yeah, it's interesting tactics here from the Knights, because we've seen how much spin has been effective, but seam has been good too, and I have to say that the seamers have bowled well. They've been on the mark pretty much, so maybe that's what's made James McCollum decide to keep seaming on at this Dundonald end. But obviously they've got Kane Robertson in their armoury as well, and it seems that they're going to go with the left arm spin at the far end, the city end. It has been turning quite prodigiously from that end, and maybe bowl seam at this end, but I'm sure Kane Robertson will be looking to get into the action very soon. Humphreys to continue. Nicely played by Lynch.
It's a nice situation to be in, though, isn't it? If you can have seam at one end and spin at the other, just keeps that pressure on.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy right there. And this is where the Lightning halfway through, and then Inzor even at 20 overs with 30 to go, they've only got to assess what they think is a competitive total here, because they've only got 4 wickets left, and just got to judge what might be a good score. Nicely bowled from Humphreys, a little bit quicker.
Shanahan can hit a big ball. We know that. Lewis and Sidhu maybe considered out in that bowlers rather than batsmen. So, a lot depending on these two, Hoey and Lynch.
Yeah, I think so. Just watching that, Matthew Humphreys here, and James Cameron Dow probably come on in the next few overs to join you, John. I'll be interested to talk to him about, because that's his stock and trade, about spin. He was talking yesterday. Let's break off there. He was talking yesterday about the importance of revs on the ball, actually spinning the ball, not just putting it there and bowling at different pace. You've got to get revs on the ball, and watching Matthew Humphreys going through it here, you can see him spinning it in his hand there, just getting used to it. It'll be interesting to hear James Cameron Dow talking about that.
Changing the field to push Pretorius back to mid-wicket.
Yeah, possibly just leaving that gap in the leg side open if you want to try and play against the spin. And that has turned and ripped past the off stump. Gavin Hoey will be watching that thinking, I can't wait to get a ball on here.
He mightn't have long to wait. 57 for 6. All the money again. Ends that over. Just a single from it. 57 for 6 to the end of 18. Getting quickly to their overs now. I think Mays is going to continue. Yeah, taking the shirt off and giving it to Roddy Black just outside your picture.
Let's take a look at this again. This delivery from Matthew Humphreys. Right on a length, but look at the turn there. And I tell you what, Gavin Hoey will be some player to get a bat on that. That has gone really prodigiously, as I keep saying. Lots of turn.
It's moved about 2 feet.
Yeah, it's really gone. And the Knights will know they're on top here at 57 for 6, but this is a game where every single run is going to count. Oh, another one beats the bat. So yeah, look, every single run is going to count here today. It's not a 250, 300 pitch. It really isn't. And sometimes these low-scoring games can be really entertaining. You'd like to think the Lightning will be trying to get a bigger score than they've got at the minute and get it up to the high 100s into 200, and they'll feel good about that if they can from this position, but every single run will count from now on.
It's a ground where you're going to hear a lot of sirens up the Newton Ards Road, because the Ulster Hospital is directly behind us. So every so often, the shrill of a siren bringing some poor unfortunate to hospital. Hopefully they're all right, but here's another one.
Yep.
It's a noisy old Newton Ards Road.
Been a few years back, John, we might have been saying that wouldn't have been an ambulance, it might have been the police.
Might have been the police, exactly. Things thankfully have changed for the better. Beautiful setting here at Stormont. tense away to our right-hand side out of your shot, where the players and umpires and scorers are all housed. Pavilion just above that. It's actually open for business now this afternoon, or this morning. Are we into the afternoon yet? Yeah, yes, we are.
Yeah, we are.
And lunch is being served up there. Got a nice lunch here when I was here last week. So the welcome's great, even the guy at the gate. Welcome, sir. Hope you enjoy the cricket. That's the only unfortunate thing, is becoming, as somebody said here, maybe like the new breedy. It just rains too much.
One side edge, and that's beating the keeper. Beating slip, did go right along the deck, so no real chance behind the stumps. But yeah, just the difficulties continue here.
Howie, watch Howie. He just looks at the bottom of his bat as that squirmed through between first slip and wicketkeeper. Yeah, false shot. He was trying to push it at front the square, but he'll take it. He'll take it.
Yeah, just a technical thing there. Just watching that, there is a big gap between. He didn't really move to the offside. Didn't really move his feet. Just used his hands, and that's maybe a modern day thing. That's the one nipping back.
And Roddy Black says no, and that's another one that he's turned down. He's turned down multiple ones from Pretorius. This time, Mays, the big appeal, turned down by umpire Roddy Black.
He seemed to suggest that was heading down leg side. Let's take a look at it now. Yeah, you can see the keeper
high as well. Maybe.
See the keeper going a little bit down leg side. You can see where Sam Topping ends up there. So possibly was nipping down leg side.
That's what umpires look out for, don't they? You've watched the where the umpire, the wicketkeeper goes. If he goes to his left or right, they'll have an inkling of where the umpire, or sorry, the wicketkeeper thinks the ball is going, and that can help in a decision.
I was actually watching during our rain break. I was actually watching a little bit of the Warriors and Reds game, and there was a delivery from Damgard. Was bowling left arm spin to Kane Hilton, and Ollie Metcalf, who's the keeper for the Reds, literally appealed and stood dead still. He didn't move leg side, he didn't move offside. It's just a natural thing because that's where he thinks the ball was going, but he stayed dead still behind the stumps, and that's bound to affect the umpire. If he's watching the keeper is standing right still, he's thinking the ball is going on to hit the stumps, and actually it was given out. But just something that the keepers maybe could work on to try and stay that little bit stiller, and if it does hit the pads, it might just help with the decision.
Rory Black would have been influenced by that, all right. That's the end of that over. Just the 5 from it. 62 for 6 at the end of 19. That's Lightning having decided to bat. Trying to build something here between Gavin Hoey and Seamus Lynch.
Yeah, just tinkering with the field again here. I got a short cover in there. Tap to the leg side. Yeah, they'd brought Pretorius up in there. They'd offered that as a free single. Trying to get Seamus Lynch play against the spin into the leg side.
So there's short cover for the drive. And Humphries is on the money, isn't he? 2 for 3.
Yeah, he's causing all sorts of problems here.
Got to give a lot of credit to our HPV studio staff in 2 venues today, simultaneous broadcasting. Takes a lot of personnel and a lot of work. In the air and down on one knee. That's one bounce 4, I think. Yeah, 4. Well, that's the kind of power that Lynch has. We know that. Down on one knee, took it to the bowler, and all the way for a welcome boundary for him and for the Leinster Lightning.
Yeah, that was a field change we talked about. Pretorius was out there in the last over at deep mid wicket, and they were given the single. He had been brought up into the ring, so in a way a little bit of a free shot there for Lynch. He has to connect with it, of course. But if he gets anything on it, that may be the way he's going to play. That's the first boundary that Humphries has conceded.
Might be the thinking. Howie says, I'll hold up one end and you go for it at the other.
Well, a little look at the score here, John.
66 for 6, the number of the beast.
That'll close out the 20th over, and the score remains on that. 66 for 6.
Thanks, Andy, for the moment. James Cameron Dow coming in for the next few overs as we switch commentators. Leinster Lightning having decided to bat. Just having a little drink. 66 for 6, 11 to Seamus Lynch. Gavin Hoey at the other end is on 8. Ruben Pretorius has taken 2 wickets to fall here today. Humphreys a couple as well. Mays took a wicket with his first ball, getting rid of Sam Harbison for just 1. So James, welcome back. And Leinster Lightning, well, let's say they're in trouble.
Yes, thanks, John. Certainly changed a little bit since the last time I was in here, with 4 wickets having fallen. Well, after that little bit of a rain break, and yeah, I think you're 100% right. Leinster are a little bit in trouble.
Well, they were 39 for 2, 66 for 6. That's how much trouble they're in.
Yeah, now the only thing I will say is Leinster have, over the years, had a knack of getting themselves out of these sorts of positions. Think back to years back.
Shot.
That's a lovely shot by Gavin Hoey as Tom May slightly over pitches and he punches it through cover point off the front foot for 4. As I say, Leinster have had a knack of getting themselves out of these sorts of positions. I think a good few years back, the likes of John Mooney, Max Sorensen, Albert van der Merwe, George Dockrell, Simi Singh, all coming in to the middle, to the back end of the innings, and times of trouble for Leinster and getting themselves out of it. And if I was Coach Andre Boerter, I'd be looking at the batters I have to come and hoping for a very similar thing, and possibly even expecting a similar sort of thing.
70 for 6. Grey clouds starting to move in from the Belfast region. Hopefully they'll pass us by. It was in off last week in the 50 over game here at Stormont. Frustratingly, I think we were here till about nearly midnight or something. I don't know, but the game was eventually over. But, we've had 1 break so far. Hopefully that's the end of that. Sunshine over Stormont for the moment, but the clouds are building away to our right hand side. Mays to continue then from the Dundonald end in the 21st over. What would be a total from here they'll be looking at, do you think, James?
That's a good question, John. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I think...
Or are they looking at a target?
Probably not, to be honest with you. Probably not. I think the message, even when you're coming in 6, 7, 8, even if you are a decent enough batter, you do have in the back of your mind, if I go out, all of a sudden we've only got 3 wickets in hand and another 30 overs to bat for. So there's a very strong chance that they'll just be thinking, let's try to take 10, 15, 20 overs out of the game. That's a good piece of fielding by Cade Carmichael as he moves to his left. Looks like he got a bit of a nasty bounce, but managed to get something behind it. I just think these batters to come for Leinster are all positive batters. If they just bat time, naturally they'll go at 3, 4, 5 and over. And if they take over for the next 15, 20 overs, they might then, around the 35, 40 over mark, start looking at exactly what they want. But I think for now, they'll just be thinking, let's just bat some time, occupy the crease, and let's see where we are. We've already seen 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs. Seamus Lynch, an aggressive batter, slog sweep against Humphreys in the last over. Gavin Hoey, natural ball striker, again free-flowing batter, managing to get a boundary away there off the Tom Mays over. After 21 overs, 71 for 6. I think it's quite interestingly poised at the moment.
That's the lightning card. Having decided to bat just 1, 2, 3, 4 in double figures, including Hoey, who's out there on 16. But the wickets have fallen steadily. 13 for 1, 14 for 2, 39 for 3, then 45, 46 and 50 for 6. That's the end of that maze over. 1 for 19 from his 4. Humphreys to continue. Spin at one end, a bit of seam at the other.
And once again, Leinster will certainly be encouraged by yesterday's results and the amount of spin that's on offer at the moment with the 3 spinners they've selected. Big appeal from Humphreys there as Hoey goes across, looks to play the sweep shot.
McConnell also interested in first slip. He had a big appeal too, but it's been turned down. Mark Hawthorne at the far end.
I thought it might have come off the glove, but it's been given as leg bars. It'll be interesting to see if this looks pretty close.
Yeah, but he walked across the stumps, so yeah, closer than maybe he was expecting.
Yeah, it's not easy to see from behind exactly where it struck him and how much it spun, etc., but it certainly did look close. And the first slip and bowler's reaction suggested they thought it was incredibly close. On the flip side of what I said there, that Leinster will be looking for, the Northern Knights just need to find a way to stop the game. They need to take runs out of the equation and build pressure that way. Because at the moment, if Leinster take over at 3, 4, 5 and over, they'll be more than happy with that. That's when the frustration will set in. The Knights will try and force things. And that's where those overs could become 6 or 7 and scoring becomes a little bit easier. If the Northern Knights can manage somehow to just stop the scoring, that pressure will build, and it'll build quickly.
Humphreys with a neat, tidy over there. He's only gone for 7 off his 5 overs, taken up 2 wickets as well. 72 for 6 at the end of 22. And in the game at Oak Hill, Northwest Warriors have lost another wicket. I'd say this game is, both games, following a bit of a similar pattern. They're ahead in the terms of their overs, 30.4 overs compared to 21.3. Well, 22 overs here. Reason being is we've had a rain break. But the Warriors, who decided to bat, 106 for 6. So both games following pretty much a similar pattern, isn't it?
Yeah, I was down at Oak Hill this past weekend, and again, I think...
What a lovely place. What a lovely ground.
Lovely place, lovely ground indeed, but I can imagine it's going to be tricky for batting down there. A little bit of spin on offer. I can imagine that there'll be similar sort of conditions to here where spinners will be looking to operate in the middle overs and really get quite a tight stranglehold on things. And you can obviously see on your screens now, Kieran Robinson comes on to replace Tom Mays, and Robertson bowled brilliantly yesterday. He'll be looking to pick up exactly where he left off, and from a Northern Knights perspective, the 2 left-arm spinners will be hoping to, as I say, stop that scoreboard and force the Leinster Lightning to do something here.
Spin at both ends then. Left-hander around the wicket.
Good start there by Robertson as he brings Hoey forward.
It is looking pretty dark and pretty ominous. You wouldn't see it on your screen because the sun shines directly over our heads and it's beaming down on the players, even though it is quite windy. But coming in from the right hand side is very dark clouds indeed, and that one on the up. Not sure if that was a bump ball, but Robertson stuck a hand out, drifted past him down towards the long on boundary to pick up a single.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit on my first stint about bowling in partnerships and around Pretorius and Matthew Foster. Pretorius went through a little phase where he was creating all sorts of trouble and probably ended up only cashing in after the rain break, and it's going to be a similar thing here. These two work together in partnership. They'll certainly feel like a couple opportunities will be created. As Robinson feels he was unlucky not to squeeze that one through. Seamus Lynch just going back and defending it to extra cover.
Sunshine's gone behind the clouds. Clouds are starting to drift over with that strong breeze. The only plus we have is that the breeze is strong, and if there's a shower, hopefully it'll just brush it away. But you can't guarantee anything with all these apps we have for the weather forecasts. It's saying it's going to be cloudy with no rain. Then the rain arrives. 74 for 6. Robertson starting well. Good shot for no runs. Straight down to the cover fielder. 74 for 6 now at the end of that over. 23 down. 17 for Lynch. Howie at the other end on 9, trying to build some kind of score. Just the India-Ireland game, we were discussing it while you weren't here, about who's going to be the... is it Young or McCarthy to play today? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it'll be quite interesting, I think.
Well, Ali was saying that maybe McCarthy should be the man in because he can biff a ball around. Maybe perhaps a little bit better than Young.
Yeah. As Humphreys continues, and another dot ball, and as I say, every dot and every extended period of pressure will potentially could result in a wicket, and that's what the Knights will be trying to do. As Lynch pops that one into the leg side and gets up the other end. Yeah, I don't know. I think that after watching the South Africa-Sri Lanka game, they'll probably be looking at any seamer that they feel can get the seam to stand upright and hit the deck.
It just falls short of the fielder down there. Feels it already. It's Pretorius down there, is it? Yeah, it just bounced into his midriff. That was about a yard or so shy of being another wicket. Bit of a false shot.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, John. A couple good overs here for the Northern Knights and a big shot from Hoey. They certainly won't mind him taking on that fielder in the deep mid-wicket area. The Knights have done exactly what I mentioned they needed to do, try and stop that scoreboard. And that's what they've done in the last 3 or 4 overs here.
Oh, nice cut. There's a man down there just... I was just going to say just beat the single, but that's poor from Ben Gallitz. Let the ball straight through his arms and out for a very welcome 4 for the Leinster Lightning, but he'd be very disappointed with that. That's poor fielding.
Yeah, and that's not what you need, not what you want at this stage. Just talking about trying to stop that scoreboard and gifting a free 3 runs. Not an ideal situation there. But these things happen in the game, don't they? Yeah, just going back to your question there, John, I just think any seamer that you feel can hit the seam and hit a good length over and over again, yeah, I think you can probably play an all-seam attack and go with the spin of George Dockrell and possibly Gareth Delaney, who make the team as batters anyway.
Tactor can spin a few as well, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could
really
indeed.
Wanted if the captain could do it, Sterlo could do it himself, but he hasn't bowled now for a while.
Yeah, I would be certainly looking at the first game at the ground and going, we'll go with a heavy seam attack here and try and get as many of them in as possible. Try and get the seamers to run up, had a good length, and see what happens. You saw plenty of movement and plenty of assistance in the first game between South Africa and Sri Lanka. I think Ireland will feel if they can do that for 20 overs, there's nothing stopping them from competing with the Indians in their opening game this evening.
32-run partnership between these two, coming together at the score exactly on 50. They're on to 82 now. Andy McCalmont just away from his commentary position outside, looking at the skies, pawing the ground.
It's not looking promising, is it, John? It's
Can only hope.
looking pretty dark to our right as a quick single taken to the man at cover. That's Ben Gallitz, and that's exactly what Leinster need to do. They need to keep the scoreboard ticking over, take every run on offer, turn dots into ones into twos, that sort of thing. I know it's the old coaching cliche, but that's exactly what they need to do now for as long a period as they can.
Just flatter delivery that one, but it's pumped into the offside. Pretorius does the fielding. Good arm on him. Just down to a single. 85 now for 6. 84 for 6, sorry. At the midpoint of this, the 25th over, which will be the midpoint of the innings.
the longer Leinster do this for, you'll see the Northern Knights will start feeling a little bit of deja vu. It was actually that man Lynch out there in the middle at the moment who, I think, batting at 7 or 8 last year, got the 100 at this very ground. Coming in a similar sort of situation, and it was with David Delaney in that game, where the two of them put on a record partnership that we mentioned earlier. Northern Knights will be trying their best not to think about that, but it's hard to not feel that things will be going similarly if Lynch and Hoey keep going for the next 5, 10, 15 overs.
And of that, the second Robertson over, he's gone for 6. Just 4 from that one. 85 for 6 at the end of 25. Midway point, Hoey's on 20, Lynch on 17. 25 overs remaining, and these two making batting look a little bit easier compared to the top order. Montiel gone for 18, Tector for 10. He was the first to fall. DeFreitas out for a duck. Patel just made 10. David Delaney, Bold, Humphreys and Mays then took the captain, Sam Harbison. So we're left with Gavin Hoey and Seamus Lynch coming in at 7 and 8, trying to build this total. And they've put on 35 runs since they came together with a score on 50 for 6. It'll drop and run. And that's an effective way, isn't it, of keeping the scoreboard taking over as well. Just drop and run, try and hit the bad ball. You can actually see on your screen there, it actually looks quite bright, but in reality, and what we're seeing, it's pretty dark outside. The sun has disappeared. And again, little jump and run. That's good stuff from Lynch and partnership with Hoey. They're good understanding out there.
Yeah, that's excellent cricket. I think Gavin Hoey probably would have learned from his slight rush of blood in the last over. He was lucky to get away with it, just dropping short of Ruan Pretorius, and that's forced a change in the field. So obviously opens up a little bit more on the leg side if Hoey does want to take the sweep shot on.
Ooh, that's fired in. A little bit pacier delivery at that time with the cut on the up. Beats backward point. Scoreboard ticking over. All right, 4 from the previous, all singles. 3 so far from this one, all in a row. Humphreys taking 2 for 17 in the 7th over.
And there's that 45 fielder that we've just seen taken out because of the good running in the previous deliveries. And as a result, ball tickled around the corner into that vacant 45 area and results in a 3 instead of possibly a dot or a 1. Just shows that Leinster Lightning starting to wrestle back the momentum, manipulating the field, getting the field set that they want, starting to build a bit of a partnership here that they'll certainly be hoping will go on for as long as possible.
That's poor delivery down the leg side. That maybe buys. It's going all the way to the boundary ropes. This is a big over. Humphreys has conceded 10 now so far off this over, and still 1 delivery to come. I think that beat everybody in the dead.
Yeah, just managed to clip the front pad of Gavin Hoey as he went on the sweep shot there, and unfortunately we can feel a little bit of rain coming in now as Hoey goes on the sweep shot again and hits the deep mid-wicket. Ruan Pretorius who picks it up and lobs it into the keeper, but a really good over there for Leinster Lightning.
The 2 umpires coming together, and I think they're going to take them off. There was a little bit of criticism last week in the 50 over game that they waited too long before they brought the 20 over game, when they brought on the covers a little bit too late, and as a result the outfield got sodden and we couldn't finish the game. So maybe it's a good idea just to get them off as quickly as possibly can, bring the covers on, and hopefully we can resume pretty shortly. So as we leave you, it's 96 for 6, a 46 run partnership between Hoey and Lynch. Lynch on 21, Hoey on 23, just trying to recover from 50 for 6, having put themselves into bat earlier today. We've had 1 rain bake. This is unfortunately another. Hopefully, like the first one, it won't be for too long and we won't get too much rain deposited here in Stormont. Before we leave you, another wicket gone for the Warriors. 123 for 7 now at the end of 34. Slow going there. Jared Wilson was on 14. Their highest score is Andy McBride, who made 33 from 52. That shows you how slow that going is there, but they're in a little bit of trouble too. 123 for 7 against the Munster Reds. But the rain coming down heavily now, and hopefully it's just a passing shower, and we'll be back with you shortly with the score. Leinster Lightning 96 for 6 at the end of 26. We'll be back with you shortly. And welcome back to Stormont and Belfast, the ward as it's known. And a second interruption for rain has brought the players now thankfully back in the sunshine overhead, but we never know with the weather in Belfast whether we're going to get another interruption for rain during the day. It's likely, I'd say, but anyway, for the moment, 96 for 6, Leinster Lightning putting themselves into bat. We're in trouble at 50 for 6, but this pair of Gavin Hoey and Seamus Lynch have put on 46 now for the 7th wicket, and that's rescued to a certain extent their innings. As we resume with Cian Robertson bowling from the Dundonald end, and James Cameron now is in commentary with me, John Kenny, for the next few overs, and they've responded well, haven't they, this pair?
They have indeed, John, and as we said, it's a matter of them just batting time, and for the Knights it's a matter of not getting impatient, and we're just starting to see that little bit of impatience setting in before the rain came. And the rain came at a good time for the Northern Knights, I think. Yeah, they would have taken that break just to regather themselves, set up the plan for the next few overs, and try to figure out exactly how they're going to get a breakthrough. As the Leinster Lightning start off pretty well with 2 relatively easy singles after the break. Make that 3 pretty easy singles after the break, just knocking the ball into that cover, vacant cover area where Rowan Pretorius does the fielding in the deep.
One more needed for the 50-run partnership within this pair, an important partnership, a change in the field, you can see.
Yeah, and I think that suggests that Robertson just feels that it's a little bit too easy from that line, so wants to attack the stumps a little bit more as the fielder comes into mid-wicket. And that's exactly what he does. But Seamus Lynch just turns that into square leg.
To bring up both significant milestones, the 100 up and 50 partnership between this pair. Came together with a score of 50. 50 runs exactly. And 4 singles on a return after a rain break is a good riposte as well. That's a rare dot ball in the last few overs from Robertson. Sun beaming down. They just used the covers on the pitch itself, except for one big cover away to our right hand side, which has been an area of concern here at Stormont during what's been a pretty rainy season. That's come off as well as we finished that over, and there's 27 down. I think we may have lost. Have we lost one over?
We've lost one over, yeah, John.
49 over match now.
Just the one over. They've done well with the 2 rain breaks to only lose the 1 over. I'll try to keep this game as long as possible. I think quite a few things to take into account now. Saw, well, what certainly looked like the ground staff trying to dry the outfield by doing a few laps around with the cover, trying to disrupt any sort of water that was lying out there. But with the 2 spinners operating, the Leinster Lightning will be wanting to get the ball into the outfield and try to get it as damp as possible, as quickly as possible.
Humphreys continuing from the city end to Lynch. Plays for Terranure Cricket Club, one of the smaller clubs in the Dublin region. Not many Terranure players. In fact, I think he's probably the only one playing at interprovincial level. Nicely watched onto the bat. Lynch is making it very easy looking out there compared to the top order, who crumbled quite spectacularly, leaving them from 39 for 2 to 50 for 6. Lynch cuts that away. There's a man down there.
Kate Carmichael out at deep cover. Yeah, you're 100% right, John. They have made it look a whole lot easier. It looks like after being 50 for 6, they've rolled out a new strip and they're playing a different ball game altogether. I wonder if that's a sign of the ball getting slightly older and the seam less pronounced, and as a result just coming onto the bat a little bit better, or if the pitch is getting a little bit better to bat on. I'm not entirely sure. As Hoey goes on a big sweep slog, or slog sweep, and picks the man out at deep mid-wicket on 1 bounce.
It's Ruben Pretorius down there doing the fielding. The other match in Oak Hill started at the same time. They haven't had an interruption there. 156 for 7 now, the Northwest Warriors against the Munster Reds. Coming to the end of the 39th over. Of course, the big one, the international game, the T20 World Cup match, Ireland against India, is at 3:30. So, while there might be eyes on these two games for the moment, I'd say the big switch off might come a little later on in the afternoon. We wish the Irish team well in their opening game of 4.
Yeah, it's certainly one way to start off your tournament against India. Incredible team, incredible following. There'll certainly be a good crowd in this afternoon.
Holds 35,000 the ground. And that's the end of that. Over 104 for 6. Yeah, 35,000. We would reckon the vast majority would be of Indian origin.
I think that's probably a fair assumption to make. I think you might need all 35,000 seats.
And the pitch itself, what's it look like to you? Because it's a brand new pitch, obviously.
It's a brand new pitch, yeah. Well, I'm not sure they'll be on the same strip as they were the other day, but certainly looked a little bit questionable. Well, I say questionable, that's probably not fair. It just offers a completely different aspect of the game. You know, it's no longer batters just teeing up and bowlers are there all to feed the ball and that's about it. It's all of a sudden favours the bowlers, and I think it could be quite interesting to see how it all plays out. But certainly looked a little bit uneven. The bounce was a little bit inconsistent. Certainly looked a tough one to bat on, and I think Ireland will be aware of that, and we're hoping that if they bowl decent areas, it doesn't matter what pace you bowl at, you can get the ball in the right area and create issues.
Here's an interesting switch. Ruben Pretorius back on. Obviously anxious to get rid of one of these two. On 54 runs they put together since they came together. Pretorius bowled 7 overs up to this point. He's now on to his 8th. Feeling was they were going to hold him back maybe towards the end of the innings, but needs must. And Pretorius has been brought back into the attack now. Obviously hoping to get one of these two and get into the lower order. Drop in the cover area allows the two to scamper through for a single.
Yeah, I think the thinking from Captain James McCollum, probably with the strong breeze that's blowing as we look at it from right to left on screen also, it's quite difficult to bowl an attacking line as a left arm spinner there. You just feel as though the ball's always going away from the stumps, both in the air and off the deck. It wouldn't surprise me if Ken Robertson comes on from the far end and Matthew Humphreys.
That should be out, and they've done the necessary, haven't they? That's clever captaincy, bringing back Pretorius, pumped it down the ground, but it couldn't go over the head of Cade Carmichael, who took a nice catch, actually running backwards, difficult catch over his head, but that's the 7th wicket down, and they've worked the oracle here. Bringing back Pretorius was the clever thing to do, and he's taken his 3rd wicket, and Pretorius has now reduced Leinster Lightning to 105 for 7.
Yeah, I think Lynch will be disappointed with that. Don't think it was a necessary risk that he needed to take. I can see what he's trying to do with mid-on, mid-off up in the ring, but probably not the right option just yet. And a good catch by Cade Carmichael. Needed every single inch he's got there because he's not a very tall man, but managed to take it above his head and hold on to it. And that's exactly, as you say, what the Knights were looking for with the change to Pretorius coming into the attack, and it's worked straight away.
Another wicket falls. 105 for 7 now. It's still a bit of a pickle, but that's given them something at least to bowl at. If they can get a few more runs up to the 150, 160 mark. Fionn Hand is the new batsman. Man from Clontarf, Irish international himself.
And this is what I was saying earlier. The Leinster Lightning still have batting coming in, number 9, number 10. Hand punches his first ball to mid-on. Starts off with a dot ball. It's a good start from Pretorius, yeah. But Dylan Luce looked a handy enough batter yesterday in the T20 game. And he's coming in at number 10 for the Leinster Lightning, and they'll feel as though with the batting they've got all the way down to number 10, that they can certainly get themselves up to 160, 180, somewhere around there, and then rely on their spinners to try and strangle and squeeze and defend that.
Sunshine at the moment, but do not be surprised if we get a few more interruptions for rain throughout the afternoon as these pulses of cloud are being pushed from the Belfast region over Stormont, and sadly they're depositing their contents here. A couple of short, sharp showers so far, but that pattern may continue for the afternoon. I could be wrong, but say that's probably the pattern to be followed. Oh, and has that been caught? Yes, it has at first slip. Well, the captain worked the oracle by bringing back Pretorius, and now he's taking the catch at first slip. And hand doesn't last that long. Out for a duck, and it's 105 for 8 now, and Leinster are capitulating after that dismissal of Seamus Lynch.
Looked like there might have been a little fumble of some sort, but he did well to hold on to it there, James McCollum. And you're 100% right. Ron Pretorius comes back, picks up 2 in his first over back, and all of a sudden, Leinster Lightning, after getting a really good partnership together, are in a spot of bother once again. Yep, and that's exactly what happened. McCollum moving to his left, needed 2 attempts at it, but doesn't matter how it goes in. Doesn't hit the ground, it's all the same result, so he'll be chuffed with that. It was a good decision to get himself in his slip, good decision to get Pretorius back in the attack. And I think Northern Knights, we said off air at the rain break, would certainly have been the two happier of the two teams with the rain break, because Leinster Lightning were just busy getting a little bit of momentum there. And as the same happened with the first rain break, where they came back and all of a sudden Leinster Lightning lost a couple early wickets, a couple quick wickets, and the Knights have wrestled back the momentum and are looking on top.
And it's 4 for now. Pretorius in the wickets of Tim Tector, Monad Patel, and then recently Seamus Lynch and Fionn back to back. 105 for 8 now. Dylan Luce is the new batsman in from Balbriggan. So just the 2 to fall, and Sidhu is the last one in.
Yeah, and I like this captaincy from McCollum. He's happy to give Gavin Hoey the single here, but he's still got the slip in, still looking to get Hoey out now. Because if you have Hoey back in the huts, I think they can probably start breathing easily. While Gavin Hoey's still out there, the Northern Knights will still feel as though there's a possibility of Leinster getting up to that 160. So still trying to get that wicket, but at the same time happy to get Hoey up the other end, give him the single and try and make it as difficult as possible for him to score a boundary.
Bolt have a target in mind now. It's just as many as they can get with 2 wickets left. Hoey on 28. Facing it for the first time. Dylan Luce. Clouds sweep across the ground. There's rain in the air once again. We can see it just above the sight screen at the far side. There is rain sweeping across to the left hand side. Hopefully it'll miss us, but don't bank on it. 108 for 6 now. We're in the 30th over. It's a 49 over game now, with the loss of 1 over with the previous rain break. Humphreys continuing 2 for 26 off his 8.2 overs thus far. LBW claim, but I think that was an inside edge.
Yeah, it also looked a little bit like it was probably outside the line there, but Matthew Humphreys already got one left-hander with the absolute beauty earlier on to David Delaney, and he'll be fancying his chances to do the same thing here.
Off the mark. Dylan Luce. Sent it to the offside for a single.
Be interesting to see how the Leinster Lightning go about their innings. Obviously in the T20 game with Dylan Lewis opening the bowling. I'm not sure they'll do the same thing, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did. There's a bit of spin on offer, and the newer, harder ball spinning at a quicker pace. I can see it happening. But right now, they won't be thinking about that. They'll be thinking, as you say, getting as many runs as possible here.
It's fired in to Howie. Works it into the leg side for a single. That's the old-fashioned scoreboard down into our left-hand side, brightly illuminated because of the dark clouds overhead. That's the end of the Humphreys overs. Good one. 3 from it. 2 for 28 from his 9 so far. He's what, 1 to go. Pretorius has 2 to go. Bold is 8 so far. He's taken 4 for, and they're going to continue with him. Some kind of plan, as if they can possibly do so, is them to get these wickets as quick as they possibly can, and any rain should maybe fall during the break. Anyway, that's it from me for the moment. And he will come in, James. He will continue after a quick word with, what, 19 overs to go.
Yeah, you can see, well, at the moment on screen you can't see, but the Northern Knights spreading the field out here to Gavin Hoey. As he clips that one just straight of Captain James McCollum in at mid-wicket. But with the defensive field, Cade Carmichael out at long on. Works his way around to the right-hand side. Keeps it just down to 2. The Northern Knights spreading the field out here. Trying to make it as difficult as possible for Hoey to pick up any boundaries and get any sort of momentum here.
Yeah, an interesting call a little bit earlier. There, James taking off the spinner Robertson, bringing Pretorius back. And obviously it worked out. Getting the wicket of Lynch. And then Delaney. It's in the air as well, but there is no mid-on fielder. Yeah, it just seems interesting when I was off commentary there, just looking at when Robertson was bowling. Didn't really seem to get his sort of rhythm from yesterday. He bowled really well, and he bowled from the city end, and it sort of seemed that the skipper, James McCollum, had sort of made the decision to say, right, okay, we're going to bowl spin from the city end. Humphreys is going to stay on, but I'm going to bring my seamer back from this to Dundonald end, and then when Humphreys has finished his 10, Robertson can come on from that city end. It seems to be that's where the spin's going to come from.
Yeah, and I think that's so fair. I think if you had an off spinner in your team, different story. Probably. As they take a quick single, ooh, and that looked close. Jason van der Merwe at backward point. Dylan Loose just dropping that into that gully backward point area, and van der Merwe onto it. And had he hit, I think
that could have been a really important one, because Hoey's looked really the only batsman so far today that's got control of the wicket and the pace of it. It's again really quite a heavy shower comes in here. Umpires are taking a look. There's the telltale sign when the hands go out. They're going to hang on here.
The only thing I will say is
they're not going to hang on.
Oh, there we go.
But I do think if they were to just hang on for 5 minutes here, but that's a difficult call, because if any moisture gets on the wickets, it can cause a problem going forward. But I don't think this is going to be a long break, but a break it is, unfortunately. This is getting, let's use the word, a little bit tedious here. That we're going on and off. We're going to look at the card there. There is your Leinster Lightning card. They won the toss and decided to bat first. And as I say, bit of a deck of cards early on. Nobody really getting going. Regular wickets for the Knights. Pretorius got rid of Tector. Foster took the wicket of De Freitas with a beauty. He got a duck. And then Pretorius got rid of Mornell Patel for 10. So then the spin came on, and the Lightning were in all sorts of bother at 50 for 6. And that's when Gavin Hoey and Seamus Lynch come together. And we've just seen, after the previous rain break, Pretorius was brought back from the Dundonald end. And he got the wicket of Seamus Lynch to break that partnership, which was, I think, 55 the partnership had been put on. He got the wicket of Seamus Lynch, caught it mid on by Carmichael, and then followed it up with the wicket of Fionn Hand. James McCullum with about 3 or 4 digs at that slip, but he hung on. There are those partnerships, and really nothing to write home about at all until we get to number 7, which is Hoey and Lynch. And I think, I don't know about you, James, but I thought they played it quite well. They didn't really take any massive risks, and it was obviously difficult out there, but they managed to keep the strike turning over, took their ones really quickly, dropping it into the off and leg side and taking ones. And then when the bad ball did come along, they were able to pick up a boundary. So I thought they played it really well, and we're starting to sort of set up a bit of a platform. There's the Knights bowling lineup, and really we don't need to look too much further than the guy at the top there. Took the new ball, 2 wickets early, and he's come back and got another 2. 8.4 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 19. Foster bowled pretty well as well. He got that beautiful delivery to get rid of Freitas. He's 1 for 29. Humphreys, especially early in the spell, was almost unplayable. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. Now he's picked the wicket up of his first ball, 1 for 19. And as I mentioned, Kane Robertson just bowling at this Dundalk end. Maybe not the same rhythm as he had yesterday, but I'm sure he'll want to come back and maybe pick up a couple of wickets. So just looking at that Lynch and partnership with Hoy, I thought they played it quite well.
Yeah, they played it brilliantly, Ali, to be honest. As I said, when they were out there, they just needed to bat time, take time out the game, be patient, and that's exactly what they did. And you could sense there, just before that first rain break, a little bit of frustration setting in for the Northern Knights, and they felt as though they probably shouldn't be out there anymore, that they probably should have had a couple more wickets and etc. And that's when, as a bowling team, you start going searching, and a couple big overs, a couple bad balls, and they were just busy getting momentum when that first rain break came. And I think after the rain break, they probably would have liked to continue that, but Seamus Lynch feeling like he needed to put the pressure back on Ruan Pretorius when he came back on, and unfortunately making that mistake, hitting it straight to mid-on. And all of a sudden we saw a bang-bang again there with Fionn Hand only lasting a couple balls.
Yeah, so as you see on your screen, a little bit frustrating here. We think this is going to blow through fairly quickly, and the umpires were trying to hang on, so I don't think we'll be off too long here. Really hope so. But there's your summary at the moment. 112 for 8 now, 30.4 overs gone. We'll probably lose a couple more. It's a 49 over game here, and we're going to take a short break while the rain is still here. We think actually the rain may have stopped, so we should be back fairly shortly. We'll hopefully do so, and you can join us then. Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, we're back again. Hokey Cokey continues here. We're in right. We're back again now though. And once again we've got blue skies above head. And around Pretorius to continue here. It's the 31st over. He's swinging a miss there from Hoey. So, yeah, we're back on here. See down in the bottom left there of your screen, the score of 112 for 8. And we now have a 47 over game. So 3 overs lost so far from the 3 rain delays we've had today. Just very frustrating here that we keep coming on and off. Difficult for the players. You know, you get set and you think you're going to continue and then have to restart again. But Pretoria's going to finish this the 31st over. Only back to his work again. Knocks it out into the offside for a single. He moves on to 33, I think, now. And the score 113 for 8. Yeah, as a player, Jimmy, just on and off, it is difficult.
It really is, Alien. It's not made any easier by the cold, that's for sure. Just seeing Matthew Humphries walking across our screen there, trying to blow some warm air into his hands, loosen up the fingers as he's about to start his last over here. And it's been a brilliant spell from him, but just looking at the bottom of the screen there, Ruin Pretorius, after losing the toss and being asked to bowl first, your captain gives you the ball. 9 overs, 4 for 19. It's been an incredible spell. As Humphries probably a little bit of a loosener there to Gavin Hoey. Sits on the back foot and hits it down to long off for a single. I don't think Humphries will be too upset with that, as Dylan Luce gets himself on his strike, and he's got 5 balls now at the number 10.
Just trying to sort the field out. Yeah, going to swap over. Kate Carmichael again. Just positioned out on the boundary. Ben Callitz comes into the ring. Square leg. Yeah, just obviously talking about spinners. We talked about sort of the grip of the ball, but how difficult is it when it's cold in your fingers and you can't really get a feel of the ball like it is today. It's been loose down the track this time, but just the coldness in your hands really must be more difficult for spinners rather than, you know, your seam fast bowlers.
Yeah, very much so. And it's obviously, I suppose, depends on spinner by spinner. Everyone grips the ball slightly differently.
Let's see, Ben Callan's gone down there. It's just in front of us. So it indicates that there is a little moisture out there.
Yeah, nice positive intent there from Dylan Luce going onto the sweep shot with Ben Callitz up in the ring here, trying to save the single and build the pressure on him, but obviously a shot that he's relatively comfortable playing, so he won't mind that too much. As he uses his feet that time, tries to get down to the pitch of the ball. Yeah, Lee, I think it obviously depends on who's bowling and how you're gripping the ball. Matthew Humphries, I know, really grips the ball right in between his middle finger and his index finger, and when it's cold, it's not that easy to do that.
Oh, he's thrown that one up in the air. Just a little bit of flight. Last ball of his spell. Just see this one again. Yeah.
Possibly just spinning a little bit too much there. It's not easy getting an LBW coming left arm over to the left-hander in order to hit the batter both in line and make sure it's going on to hit the stumps. You either need it to not spin a massive amount or probably hit him on the back foot. That one just looked like it came off the front pad, probably striking him just on the line of off stump, but spinning down past the leg stump. Was certainly adjudged that way by Mark Hawthorne.
Humphreys finishes his 10 overs spell, 2 for 31. And yeah, he's got good conditions to bowl in here in terms of the surface, but still 2 for 31. He's bowled well, created a lot of chances outside of those 2 wickets as well, and exactly what his captain would have wanted. And it'll be interesting to see now. We talked about before that rain break, will Robertson now replace him from that City end? But Ryan Pretorius might have something to say about that, because he's been quite phenomenal so far today. As I say that, he bowls probably the worst ball he's bowled out of his 10 overs.
Yeah, I think Rue will be searching for 2 things here. One, try and break this partnership, because these are probably the last 2 recognised batters. A wicket now would be massive. And he'll certainly also have his eye on that wickets column of his own. Sitting on 4 for 22. He spoke about Humphreys and what a great spell it's been from him. It's been a fantastic spell from Ryan Pretorius also.
That's a nice shot. Yes. It's going to go to the boundary. Yep, it is indeed. Gets across there. I actually want to talk about something here that I noticed earlier on, James. I see it there again, and it might be something really tiny and really small as we see that shot again, but I noticed Ben Callett's earlier on, and the shoes that he's wearing a pair of trainers at the minute. And maybe at the start of the game when it was a little bit dry, but right now we saw him falling there earlier on, and just the footwear that he's got on at the minute might not be quite suitable for what we've got here today.
It's another lovely shot there by Dylan Lewis as he just punches that out to the cover sweeper. He's definitely a more than handy batter, that's for sure. As I said, the Knights will be searching for that 9th wicket. Yeah, I didn't actually notice that, to be honest, Ali. I do know that a lot of players, especially non-bowlers, tend to take a pair of trainers and get them spiked up.
Yeah.
There's a possibility that he's wearing a pair of spiked up trainers. I'm not 100% sure, but certainly in greasy conditions, you don't want to be running around in a pair of flats. You will be struggling to get any sort of grip on the ground.
Yeah, it's in the air, but it's well over Mays. Will it kick on? It will not. It's going to hold up in this sort of soft outfield now. And we are going to see a 3. I thought we might see our first ever run 4 there, but pulled back in. Yeah, the reason I'm sort of mentioning it, because we saw in the last over he was at square leg and he sort of went down, and then watched him a little bit earlier. He didn't play yesterday with a little injury, a little niggle. And I've just watched him a little bit today, and he doesn't look to be moving completely freely today. I'd just be worried that that little injury may be sort of exacerbated by a fall or something like that. So it's just something to watch out for there. Yeah, we've had Manny's an appeal today. You can see with the old teapot coming out there from Ryan Pretorius. I don't think that was the best appeal of the day, but they've all been turned down by Rolly Black.
No, I think he's had a couple close ones today, but I'm not entirely sure that was one of them. Although having a look at that replay, not necessarily the worst shout. Probably a little bit too straight. And
yeah, I don't think he'd be sending him too many postcards. It's about 5 or 6 he's had today. Going to close out his spell here. Oh, and if he'd missed that one, that may have been another appeal. But yeah, look what a sensational spell there from Pretorius. He's gone through his 10 and he's having a little chat with Rolly Black there. Yeah. Not too sure he's wishing him a happy Christmas there.
No, look, I will say Rolly Black, one of the best around.
Yeah.
And although there were some tight decisions and big appeals there, he generally gets more right than he does wrong, that's for sure. Ron Pretorius just, I'm not sure he's going to change his decision now, but maybe just reminding him that when he bats later.
Yeah, the ball's going over the top.
The ball's been bouncing over the top all day, and if he can just remember that.
Yeah, but yeah, as we mentioned, terrific spell from Pretorius, 2 up top and then 2 in that comeback over. And he takes 4 for 30 from his 10. Next Obviously, his figure spoiled a little bit in that over.
Yeah, and I think that's a prime example again of just going searching, you know. Pretorius knowing he only had 6 balls there. Really wanted that 5th wicket in the 9th.
This is really interesting for me here now. Seeing Cian Robertson now replacing Humphreys. He bowled really well at that end. Not only yesterday, but in the last IP50 game as well. Against the Reds, he bowled at that end. So maybe he just feels more comfortable bowling at the city end. You got to look at these kicks now from Ben Callett as he comes a little bit closer to us here.
Yeah, I think you'll find, Ali, with this wind, it really suits the left arm spinners to operate from that far end. You just feel as though you can get the ball to go both ways, one in the air, into the right-hander, away from the left-hander, and then once it lands, it obviously spins in the opposite direction. So you're always in the game, whereas coming from this side, probably just looked a little bit too easy to punch him through the covers. And I think that's, with that wind blowing away, the ball spinning away, it's very difficult to try and bring the stumps into play. So it was obviously a tactical choice to take him out the attack, bring Ruan Pretorius back in and let him follow Humphreys. Which is exactly what's happened, and tell Cian Robertson, his body language always suggests that he's on top, which is a fantastic thing for a spinner to have.
Yeah. I watched them bowling for the Warriors last year, and it's something that they commented on, the team. And he's got him. He's got him. It's probably not the greatest ball that he's ever bowled. Tried to bowl that through a little bit quicker, but really dragged it down a little bit. And Hoey brought into the shot, was trying to hit that into the leg side. Didn't get on it, and a good knock from Gavin Hoey has come to an end, and Cian Robertson's change of ends has brought him a change of luck.
Yeah, that's a massive wicket for the Northern Knights and a massive blow for Leinster Lightning. They would have been hoping that Hoey could hold things together for the last 10 or 15 overs, try and get them up to that 160, 180. He goes on the sweep shot. Robertson, as you say, fires it in a little bit shorter. It looks like a little bottom edge into the base of middle stump. And certainly the change of ends has caused the change of luck for Cian Robertson.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I was just talking about it there when he went up to play for the Northwest Warriors. Obviously, with the plethora of left-arm spinners, with Tia van Verkum as well, was playing for the Knights last year, so Humphreys and him were in. So they decided to move him up to the Warriors and let him bowl at the Warriors, so they didn't really have a left-arm spinner. And apart from the fact that he bowled really well, it was his enthusiasm and just real keenness to get in the team and really pump up the team. He's really a brilliant character, Cian Robertson, and that really shone through in the Warriors last year. Even though he just walked into the team, he played like as if he'd been there for 2 or 3 years, and really good to see. And he's a bubbly character and really wants to get involved in the game.
Yeah, very much so. We spoke earlier about, I think it was a spell Ruan Pretorius was bowling, and the difference in 50 over cricket to T20 cricket, and trying to manufacture something out of nothing. And as a spinner, I think more often than not, when it's not turning, that's what you're always trying to do. You've got to be pretending like you're on top.
Yeah, and there's a guy up the Northwest been pretty good at that for years. Andy McBride's been pretty excellent at that, just creating little things and little scenarios as he's bowling, and he's been pretty good at that. Even when nothing's happening, he creates something by his body language or his change of pace or just different things, rather than, because when he's bowling, especially in a test match, you can bowl over after over after over with nothing happening. You've got to do it yourself sometimes. So that was a good thing for Robertson last year. He was bowling with Andy McBride and watching what he was doing, not just with the ball, but away from the ball as well.
Yeah, very much so. He's actually such a relaxed character off the field. It's hard to recognise him sometimes. He's got ball in hand and he's bouncing around, and it's something you can't really coach. It's something he's got to do himself, and that's exactly what he does. It's a great skill to have. As we see, obviously the forced bowling change with Ruan Pretorius having now bowled his 10. I see Tom Mays replacing him, searching for this final wicket to close out the Leinster Lightning innings.
Yeah, that'll be a big thing now for the Knights, because Pretorius bowled out, Humphreys bowled out, Mays comes on, took a wicket with his first ball, last spell rather. But yeah, just looking up at the scoreboard here, obviously Matthew Foster's got 4 left, Mays has got 6, and Robertson's got 6. So we were looking at, 127 for 3 or 4 here. You've only got the 5 bowlers used. Jason van der Merwe has been brought into the side as a batter, but given the spin, we thought that he might be brought on as a 6th bowler to bowl 2 or 3, but obviously given that there's 9 down now, Knights will be hoping to wrap this up and not have to bowl a 6th bowler. Certainly they should be okay in terms of where we're at right now.
Yeah, I think the Knights will be more than happy with the position that they're in with the bowling changes. Plenty overs from 3 of their frontline bowlers still to come. Would argue potentially that James McCollum would have been considering Matthew Foster to the left-handers, coming round the wicket as Tom Mays is currently, but Foster obviously getting that ball to come away. I think Matthew Foster, chatting to the coach Simon Johnston, maybe not quite at 100%, feeling a little bit unwell yesterday. And although in patches bowled exceptionally well today and got the left-handed De Freitas out early on with an absolute beauty, possibly not the man they look to now. They go to Ken Robertson from that far end, which Foster's bowled from over the last 2 days, and Tom Mays from this close end. I think it's probably the right decision. Right decision, right call, and Colin will be hoping that he doesn't have to go any further than these 2.
Yeah, we've got 10 and 11 at the crease here. 129 for 9 here at Stormont. And the Northwest Warriors have just closed out their innings down at Oak Hill, and they've picked it up towards the death here. 48 from Jared Wilson, and a 50 for Marcel Pete. He's got 59. So back here we'll see Mays finished up on 231 all out in the just coming up to the last over. So 231 for the Northwest Warriors. They'll go to their innings break now. Reds will have a chase of 232 down there in Oak Hill, and we've seen that that's been a difficult wicket. It's sort of not a rapid outfield. So 232 may be a little bit more than certainly that the Reds would have thought early on. There's your short ball. I haven't seen too many of those today. So that's maybe your surprise ball. Well bowled from Mays. But City gets under it. And just the one from that over. So 129 for 9 here at the Storm. And don't forget, 47 over game here now.
Yeah, you've got a tough decision for Dylan Luce here to make. The left arm spinner on, just saw there. Can't really afford to get a single off the first ball or 2 and then sit at the non-strikers end for the rest of the over. But hitting the left arm spinner into this breeze is not going to be easy over the leg side. I just feel as though he's probably got to try and do something here to get a few runs away.
Yeah, and I think looking at the field, the Knights are thinking exactly that, because they've positioned 3 men now on the leg side boundary. Long on. And he gets it through the offside. That's a nice shot. Picks up 2. Perfect result there, really. Nice shot from Dylan Lewis.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, and good option also, as you just mentioned there, Ali, with the field out on the leg side. It's not going to be easy, and you're not going to get much reward going into that side, so it's not easy going against the spin, but he's just opened himself up nicely there and found the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Let's see if he tries that again. This time he goes leg side. Bit of a top edge out towards deep backward square around Pretorius out there. Bounces before him. That's 3 from the over so far. Ken Robertson will be looking at either bowling 4 dots here or trying to get a wicket.
And there is that wicket. He's just held that back a little bit, and Amish City tries to play that down the track but misses it comprehensively. Robertson hits, and he's picked up 2 for 15, and I was just about to mention that at 132 for 9 seemed a little bit churlish, but the Knights still wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible. They did not want another 20 runs on the board there, and Robertson's got the wicket. Amish City goes for a duck. Dylan Luce is left stranded on 14, and here you'll see that wicket again from Cian Robertson.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ali, just holding it back slightly, dropping just a touch shorter than what Sidhu would have thought. Sort of a half shot, half sweep, half slog sweep. Not overly convincing. A good piece of bowling by Robertson, hits the top of the stumps.
A bit of a number 11 shot there, let's say.
Yeah, I've played a few of them in my time, that's for sure. But you're also 100% right, Ali. There's nothing worse than that last wicket partnership dragging on for 10, 15, 20 runs. All of a sudden you just feel like you're out there longer than you need to be. You lose the momentum. And the Knights managed to wrap that up as quick as possible.
Yeah, there's the card. A reminder that the Leinster Lightning won the toss, decided to bat first, and found it quite difficult going early on. Ryan Pretorius made the breakthrough early. Summer yesterday got Tim Tector for 10 on this occasion, and he picked up Mono Patel also for 10. In between, Matthew Foster bowled a beauty to get rid of De Freitas for a duck. Modgill was the first wicket of the spinners. He went for 18, and then Delaney for 6, and then Sam Harbinson got one that stayed a little bit low from Mays, and he went for 1. But then the bigger partnership between Hoey and Lynch had a little rain break, and then when we came back from that rain break, it did its trick again, and Seamus Lynch went for 26. Fionn Hand went quickly for 0, and the big wicket of Hoey then went to Cian Robertson. He batted well for his 39. It was tough going out there, and the final wicket of Amish City fell to Robertson as well. Bowling figures for the Knights. Pretorius given the new ball, and again just showed his qualities, took 2 up top and came back and just broke that partnership of Lynch and Hoey, and also picked up Fionn Hand. So 4 for 30 for Pretorius. Also quality from Humphreys as well, got through his 10, 2 for 31. But the other bowlers, I thought they produced good spells as well. 1 for 29 from Foster, and then Cian Robertson, that change of ends we talked about, bowling from the City end, seemed a lot more comfortable, and he ends up with 2 for 15. Just the 8 extras in that innings as well. So the match summary here at the Ward Stormont, selecting to bat the Lightning. They have been bowled out for 132 from 35.3 overs. Gavin Hoey, standout batter, and Ryan Pretorius, the main wicket taker, at 4 for 30. So that's the innings break here at the Ward Stormont, and the Lightning will be looking to bowl well to see if they can restrict the Knights. It won't be easy out there. We've seen it's difficult wicket to bat on, but the Knights will be chasing 133. We'll be back as soon as the Knights are, and it'll be lovely for you to join us then. Welcome back, everyone, to the Ward Stormont. We've had a fairly rapid innings break there, less than half an hour really, to get it turned around with the rain breaks. But turn around we have, and we're back out there.
Got to give him a lot of credit. It's a lovely lunch.
Oh, I'm very glad to hear it. Some of us didn't even get up there. There's going to be Fionn Hand, who's going to open the bowling from the city end. He's bowling to Jason van der Merwe, and that's a really interesting call from the Northern Knights. I actually had a quick chat with somebody in the previous rain break as to whether the Knights might just do this with a target of now 130, so we'll just clarify that. Although the Leinster Lightning scored 132 in their innings with Duckworth Lewis, that's been revised down to 130. That's a crash through the offside by van der Merwe, and that is exactly what he's been sent out to do.
Looks like they're asking to get it done in a hurry. We've had these rain breaks already so far, and a very quick turnover at lunch, and the two slips they're obviously going to try and attack because it's such a low number, but Van der Merwe says thank you very much, and the first run is looking for 126 now for victory.
That's in the offside as well. That's going to be back-to-back boundaries for Jason van der Merwe. He is predominantly a T20 player, certainly at this level. This is his debut List A game, and I just surmised that with a low total, if somebody was sent out to get a quick 20 or 30 possibly, might break the back of it, and that just seems to be exactly what the Knights have decided to do.
Sam topping at the other end. Whipped around the corner, nobody down there. There is actually a failure. He makes.
It's going to be 4 anyway.
Yeah, half-hearted stop really. I thought he should have stopped that initially, but just gone over the boundary ropes, and he is in a hurry, isn't he?
Yeah, well, just a little bit short there. Being driven through the offside the previous 2 balls. Just dragged that one down a little bit. Fionn Hand and van der Merwe on it like a shot. Probably thought he was only going to get 1. But once he got there, Mono Patel probably should have pulled that in, but the Knights are away to a flyer. Yeah, obviously looking at the wicket and what it's done over the past 2 days, you clearly think that if you do just hang around with the ball shaping about off the seamers and certainly spinning, you don't really get after it. It can be difficult to score runs, and you eventually are going to get a ball with your name on it. So Van der Merwe has decided to go the other way. 3 4s from that opening over, and the Knights are 12 without loss.
Topping of face for the first time. Just looking overhead, there are clouds coming in, but they don't seem to be the kind of rain clouds that we are getting used to. We're becoming weather forecasters now, aren't we?
I think that's our stock and trade now, isn't it?
But they seem to be high. It doesn't seem to be as grey, so hopefully we'll get through these overs and get the match done and dusted.
Yeah, no, it's a 20.
Yeah, either way.
Yeah, 20 overs is the maximum, is the minimum rather, to get a game. But yeah, it's the way the Knights have come out here. They maybe want to try and get this done to nip in and see a little bit of the Ireland game. It's due to start at 3:30, but actually John whispered quietly. I've heard a little bit of a whisper that there could be rain around in New York.
Oh dear. Sam Harbison now bowling from the Dundonald end. And slightly fortunate there, topping facing for the first time. Big inside edge. Van der Merwe off to a blast. 12 from that first over. Target 130, just reduced on Duckworth Lewis. 47 overs as well. The overs reduced from 50 because of those rain breaks. And the Knights looking to go 3 for 3 in this 50 over version of the game. Yeah, that's a good way of going about it. It's a nice square cut from Topping to get him off the mark.
Yeah, 2 full from Harbison. Width and length there, not really what he was looking for. 2 wide gives the left-hander a little bit of width, and the full ball, he's able to get his hands through it, keep it along the deck. Always looks, I don't know whether about you, but it always looks nicer with a left-hander. It looks much more classical when it's a left-hander.
Left-hander himself as well. Don't think I've ever square cut a ball in my entire life.
Did you hit many of those? That's very similar. And work to do on the boundary. And can't do it. And we're dealing in fours here, the Northern Knights.
I'll tell you what, you go outside and start the car. I'll. This is quick going, isn't it? 20 off, what, only 9 deliveries?
Yeah, just not getting the lines right there, and too full as well, so the double dumper there, really, and boundaries galore.
Just 110 now needed.
And maybe just what James Cameron Dye was talking about in the first innings on a little bit yesterday as well. Just a small total on the board, and possibly the Lightning bowlers are really just striving for a wicket rather than just letting it happen. Just trying to bowl the magic ball here. Whereas the wicket itself seems to be the thing that's doing it for you. So line and length seem to be the key. Just like that. That's exactly what we're talking about right there. And let the wicket do it for you.
It's where the other match actually down in Oak Hill. It's a more competitive game than here. Northwest Warriors made 231. They were in trouble as well. But Pete and Jared Wilson, 59 and 48 respectively, took them to past the 200 and 231. Munster 4 without loss. That's the end of the first over. But that's a very competitive game, and that could go to the wire here. Well, the way things are going, the end of that over now, it's 20 without loss. Just 2 overs down, the target 130.
Yeah, I've been here a few more times than you, John, and I can tell you 130 might look fairly straightforward now at the minute, but you're never really in here at the moment. I spoke to a couple of the Knights players a couple of weeks back, and particularly Jake Egan, who got 74 that day in a T20 game, but he never felt he was in, even on 74. He always thought that he was just starting his innings and was never comfortable. See how Van der Merwe goes here now.
Hand started with 2 slips. They've dispensed with 2 of those. Just Tim Tacton out for a slip.
Yeah, just got a ring field here now, but Jason Van der Merwe was out in that European Cricket League for representing CIYMS a couple of years, and he was player of the tournament in the T10 League, so he can certainly whack a ball. Oh, that's come off. I think he's hit that into his boot, which is lobbed up and just fell short of fee on hand.
Yeah, Tim Tactor was interested then, behind the stumps. The first slip there. Tries to catch it from the first slip. So yeah, he may have just slammed it into the boot and fee on hand with the diving attempt at the catch.
I think that's what he did, yeah, because he did sort of go after it as if it was airborne. But no holding back here, Van der Merwe. And that's over the top again. That's a terrific shot. He's really got the hold of that. And he's got it for 6. Actually, that's gone over the ropes. Well, what a shot from Van der Merwe. That just shows his power.
That's the first 6 today, I think. Just trying to think back. I don't think we saw a maximum in the Leinster Lightning innings. I think that's the first maximum of the day.
Oh, that's a really top shot. You can see it just clears the rope. But that's a long hit out there towards that offside. And yeah, I think we've seen enough now to know what the plan is for the Knights. Oh, that's thrashed away the offside. He's absolutely smashed that. Not a chance of Gavin Hoy reeling that one in. Another boundary. Van der Merwe moves on to 22 off 10. This was hit like a tracer bullet.
Wow. Absolute no way you're going to stop that. It's still going up the pavilion steps, clearly.
Yeah, it's taken a while to get that one back, because that has been really smoked from Van der Merwe.
And expensive, gone for 22. He hasn't even finished the second over. Oh, there's a show of frustration from Hand. Just throwing the ball back at the stumps. Van der Merwe just stepped away and said, "Here, have a go if you want, I'm still in."
Yeah, a little bit of frustration showing there. Oh, he's really coming at them here, Jason Van der Merwe. ball. It's the third. There'll be no run, but the Knights off to a flyer. We're not playing a T20 game here. This is an IP50 game. It just looks like it's T20 at the minute. 30 for none from the first three. The Knights on a roll. Yeah, questions for the captain, Sam Harbinson. He may have just, yeah, you can see him on screen there. A little mime. I think he's talking to Dylan Lewis there. That's four more. Well, this is carnage here at the minute. That's four more. Again, width again on offer and topping all over it.
Outstanding delivered time, that one.
It's a class shot from Sam Topping. Just leant into it. Width again, though.
Yeah, classic shot that into the covers. Foot to the pitch of the ball. Done him again. This time the fielder gets there.
Yeah, if Modgill doesn't get down to that, that'll be another four. And really, the Lightning's opening bowlers here. Yes, the Knights batters are coming after them. Clearly, they've been given license. Just a little bit too much width on offer here.
Same shot, really.
Yep.
Same result. Modgill with the stop. There's nobody behind him, so anything that goes past him will zip away to the boundary.
Yeah, your regulation fielders here outside the circle. You've got third man and fine leg, so that's what they're going with, just regulation. Short ball from Harbinson. And Tim Tector's quite keen on that. And that's one of those where there's only one fielder on the entire field that appeals it. And you feel a little bit foolish because nobody's supporting you. Tim Tector was the only one that went up there.
Rohit Sharma has won the toss, by the way, for India. They're going to bowl first against Ireland in the first match of the T20 World Cup for both sides.
Yeah, rain around there, I think, or inclement weather. That doesn't surprise me. And also looking at the game from the other day, South Africa against Sri Lanka, low scoring game, and winning the toss and bowling first doesn't really surprise me. I think Ireland would have done similar, stuck in the end and then seen what they could get. So going to be Sterling and Balbirnie trying to get Ireland off to a start. First time that we've seen Under Murwa down this end.
It was a false shot as well down to fine leg, so they'll get away with that.
Yeah, he'll turn the strike over. But again, 6 from it. A really excellent start here from the Northern Knights. Chasing a low target on 130. And their idea is to try and break the back of it as quickly as possible here, with the possibility of weather around. Just as we say that, a few little drops come down, but I think it's okay at the moment. Spinner going to come on here, just as we talked about. The first spinner in action is going to be Dylan Lewis, off spinner. So we saw how much turn there was for Humphreys, and indeed Robertson when he bowled at that end. It'll be interesting to see how Van der Merwe goes here. He's taking a liking to the seam, especially fee on hand. So will he be just as attacking with the spinners on? Just looking at the field, both your fielders allowed outside the ring. They're on the leg side at deep mid wicket, deep square leg, so mid off, mid on or up.
Just news from Ireland's batting lineup. They've gone with Barry McCarthy. There's a lot of conjecture would it be Craig Young or McCarthy, but they've gone McCarthy down the bottom end of the orders, coming in at number 9. Josh Little's in. Graham Hume may have had a sniff of a chance of getting in, according to James Cameron-Dow a little earlier on, but he's on the subs bench.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's talking up his teammate there. don't think there was any chance of Graham Hume playing bar injury.
Sterling Balburney up in the batting, then Tucker, Harry Tector, Calfer, George Dockrell, Gareth Delaney, Market there, Barry McCarthy, Josh Little, Ben White. That's the Ireland starting 11.
Oh, that's nice. Just cut down towards the third man. Should be 2. Yeah, I think we were talking earlier, John, if you could nip down the local establishment and have a bet on it. I think the only one you'd had to worry about there was McCarthy or Young. We went for
that's
McCarthy.
what we were discussing earlier on,
I think the Ireland selectors have gone with us and gone for Barry McCarthy.
India go the 4 seamers. Umra Singh and Suraj. Very top order. Strong.
That's in the
Bushes.
In the bushes, that's gone. He's got plenty on that. Jason Van der Merwe just had to arch around our position here just to see where that had gone, but a fair idea he'd got plenty of it. And exactly that. He's hit that into the bushes on the leg side. You can see there, well over the top of the fielder. Monil Patel just turns, nips into the bushes and tries to find the ball.
And that's the first ball we've seen disappear into the hedges. The hedges are there, and then there's trees behind that, and behind that is another, it's a metal fence. So it disappears out there. It can go anywhere out into the Newton Ards Road or get caught in the bushes. So I think that'll be for the first time today we've actually seen a change of ball.
Yeah, I think the ball will be in there somewhere. There's plenty of stoppage there, but it's a wee bit like the old golf. Gets into those bushes, it's not easy to find.
I found one earlier on today.
You did. You found one. And,
don't think they needed it though.
No, I think they're safe enough. It wasn't in great condition.
It wasn't in great condition either. No. Reds have lost the first wicket while we're looking for the ball. 19 for 1 now. 215 runs from 46.3 overs. It'd be an interesting finish in that game. Down in Oak Hill and Wicklow.
An interesting conversation there between Tim Tector and Jason Van der Merwe. Tim Tector had to graft really hard for his 10. Tough up front. Jason Van der Merwe has been sent out here and he's on 31 off 18. Hasn't taken a backward step.
.86 needed now.
Again, good cricket from Van der Merwe. Took a step across to the offside. Looked as if he was going to play the same shot again. Dylan Lewis followed him a little bit, so he just chopped that down for a single. So with that big maximum, 9 off the over. And the Knights, 45 for none from just 5.
Target 130 slightly revised from the 133 they initially were going to look at because of Duckworth Lewis and the reduction in the overs.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult that, isn't it? I'm not sure why that, obviously there's algorithms and all that, but you've got 132, you're all out.
Yeah.
So, how do you lose runs then? I can see if you were added on a few, maybe if you'd lost a few overs and weren't playing the power play, but you've lost a couple of runs there, which is just blows my head a wee bit. But
I think DLS makes everybody scratch their head.
A little bit.
Fionn Hand has switched ends now to the Dundonald end.
And bowls a cracker first up. Absolute beauty. The sun cascades across the ground here. Wish that could hang around for a while. Not just today, but for the rest of the summer, it'd be nice.
It would be nice.
Got big games coming up here, none more so than the Test match in July. Oh, that's a beauty. So a little bit of sunshine. We mentioned it yesterday. Let the ground staff get to work on this wicket. Tucked into the leg side for 1. So that Test match here in July against Zimbabwe. Tickets available right now. Also the Women's Series later on against Sri Lanka and England. Tickets are available. Just go on the Cricket Ireland website. You can pick up your tickets for all of those international games later on this year.
Going to change the angle now to the left-hander, Fionn Hand. His own coffee company, working out of a van as well. Fionn. He's met him a couple of times when he wasn't playing at Malahide, running his own little independent business.
Oh, he's a terrific character. Love watching him play cricket.
Yeah, nice guy. And there is the, of course, Fionn Hand Appreciation Society.
Still going.
Still going, up on Twitter. Mad as a box of frogs, a lot of them.
They'll be well happy yesterday because Fionn was given man of the match. It was a difficult decision yesterday, but I think looking at the game, he got rid of that partnership early on. He got a wicket early on, but it was that 19th over when he came back, given the circumstances of the game. Came back two wickets in that 19th over and really got the Lightning over the line in that really tough game yesterday.
Again, the change of angle. Can we over the wicket this time? Yeah, he got that Appreciation Society because, and I think this is the true, or maybe it's folklore. It was there. He got smashed all around the ground for the first 5 deliveries of an over in Pembroke, and he caught a blinding catch. Having conceded something like 25 runs in the first 5 deliveries, he caught a blinding catch, diving away to his left, one-handed, about 2 inches off the ground. So that's carved away, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4, and that'll bring up the 50. But the Appreciation Society then came into being after that wondrous catch from Fionn Hand.
Well, like I say, he's a fantastic character. I mentioned before, I just love watching him playing whatever uniform he's in, whether it be Ireland or the Lightning here. And indeed, he played for the emerging side out in Nepal, and a few guys that were out on that tour. And Fionn was just really got in with the locals and the community, and really enjoyed his time as a tourist out there, outside of the cricket, and really got on well with the local Nepalese. And touring's a lot about that as well. It's about making connections with other countries.
Yeah, you never know. Hand coffee might be exporting itself to Nepal at one stage.
You might get a few cheap bags of coffee from Nepal.
End of the over, 52 without loss, 33 for Van der Merwe, and 9 at the other end for Sam Topping. It's a victory, even at this stage, well in sight. 78 needed from 41 overs. And they're cruising at the moment, despite Ali saying that this might be a difficult target to get on the pitch like this. So far, so good for the league leaders.
Well, it definitely is, and it's just a plan that they've obviously discussed at the innings change. As I mentioned, Van der Merwe would probably have been penciled in to come in, around 5 or probably 6 today. In this lineup, you'd have probably been looking at James McCullum opening with Sam Topping, Carmichael 3, Morgan Topping 4. Ruan Pretorius would probably come 5, so Van der Merwe may even have gone 7 with Ben Callets coming in at 6. But they've obviously decided that let's get him up the top of the order and let him loose here.
And get the telly on in the pavilion.
That's timed as well. I have to say, to be honest with you, he's really timed the ball well. Yes, he's been given a licence, but he's timed the ball really well from really the outset.
You can hear that ball crashing away from the centre of the bat all the time. Better delivery, just tucks up the batsman. Applause from his teammates. And it continues to blow the cloud cover overhead, but thankfully no threat of rain. 2 breaks for rain in the Leinster Lightning innings disrupted their flow. It was a 50-run partnership in the middle of the Leinster Lightning innings, and as soon as they came back from the second break for rain, it was the Knights who were back on top.
Yeah, it was a big moment when Seamus Lynch got out, because Lynch and Hoy had batted really well. Tucked around the corner. Van der Merwe was out of the blocks there, thinking that could be 2. Until it gets round, keeps it down to 1. Yeah, it was a crucial moment because Lynch and Hoy, as I say, were just getting into their stride. They'd played really well. No real risk cricket, but had kept the scoring rate quite high. And then Lynch just chipped one to Carmichael at mid-on, and from there, really, the Knights took advantage and Took all 10 wickets from 132.
Left-hander on strike now.
Yeah, I think they'll really want to bowl at the left-hander here. Doing this. Bowl and try and bowl into that offside. Just moved a fielder over into that area, and the leg side's completely vacant. Trying to get into play against the spin.
Just one on the leg side boundary.
Yeah, you can see that. That's dead straight. And initially, Sam Topping was looking to turn that on the leg side, but he was able to check his shot. Head and hands for Dylan Lewis, but good over there. Just a one from it. But no wickets, which is really what the Leinster Lightning really need now. No wickets for 53 now for the Knights from 7.
Just the three bowlers used so far. And to continue from the Donald end, having opened from the City end. Sam Harbison and Dylan Lewis, the spinner. And slip in place. That's in the air. It's coming down in our direction.
It's not coming our direction, man. That's miles over the top. That's an absolutely huge hit from Jason van der Merwe. We're a good 15 yards back from the boundary here. And that has absolutely sailed over our head, John.
Well, I was actually thinking maybe it's coming into the tent.
Initially, I thought that.
Yeah, but it's gone to the car park at the back, I think, actually. That's how big a hit it is. You can see. In fact, our cameras actually can't turn around that far.
Yeah, they can't catch up with that. That's a huge hit. Wow. That's just one of those ones you do take a little bit of a gasp of breath there.
It's just a pickup kind of shot, really, wasn't it? He just got through the line of that beautifully.
I'll tell you what, at the end of this game, you'll be talking about that one. I'll be over a couple of pints later. That was massive.
He's very quickly on to 40 runs. And there's more. Battered the ground. He did fion-hand in frustration as the ball went through the covers for 4. So 10 runs from the first 2 deliveries from I keep calling him Owen Hand. Fion-hand's deliveries. Owen Hand, a former Republic of Ireland manager. But Fion-hand is getting the tap here.
Well, he is, and Jason van der Merwe is really just showing all his skills here. First ball a little bit short. He was able to play through the line over the top of mid-on, and that one hammered through the covers. Where does Fion-hand go now? Go straight. Oh, that's going to be a wicket, is it? Oh, he's lucky. You can just see on your screen there, Sam Topping is so fortunate he didn't leave his crease, because otherwise that was gone. If he'd gone out at all, Fion-hand, we're going to watch Sam Topping here. We just keep an eye on number 67 there.
It's good goalkeeping, this.
He literally doesn't move. Does he get back? Yes, he does. Just. If he'd moved one step, he was gone there.
Yeah, Fion-hand diverting the ball onto the stumps. Goalkeeping style. Tries to dig one into the pitch. Doesn't look very high, actually. Seems like a frustrated hand. And that's one for the over.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you're hit from those 2 shots at the start of the over. Big 6 and then smashed through the covers as well. He actually did well to stop a boundary off that 3rd ball as well. That's picked up. That's a terrific shot again from van der Merwe on his hip.
Well, that's one way to get to 50, isn't it?
And that is a 50. Really excellent knock from van der Merwe.
31 deliveries. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, again, I have to reiterate, it's not a T20 game here. This is an IP50 game. But Jason van der Merwe has been sent out to do a job. By heavens, he's doing it.
Topping at the other end isn't been hanging around. 19 runs. We're only in the 8th over, so he has contributed himself, but this is brilliant stuff. 50 off 31 deliveries for van der Merwe. 69 without loss, getting ever closer to that total. Just needs 61 now. And he'll keep the strike. Clever. That's a big over for them, isn't it?
Yeah, 17 coming from that. Look at Fionn Hand's figures, and that's cricket for you. Man of the match performance yesterday, and so far today, he's bowled 4 overs, none for 46. Jason van der Merwe has really gone to town here. And really, no option really now for Sam Harbinson. We had mentioned the threat that he was going to bring. He didn't really want to be bringing him on in the 8th over. He'd have preferred to let the power play get away here and then bring this man on. He bowled well yesterday, and lots of talk about how dangerous he would be today, but 70 for naught when he comes on off just 8 overs. Surely even Gavin Hoy can't drag this back now. He's going to do his best though. He's going to bowl from that city end where spinners appear to have been most productive. Yeah, just 60 left now, and over halfway off 8 overs. Gets away with that loosener there, Gavin Hoy, a little bit short.
32 years of age now, Van der Merwe.
Yeah.
From Cape Town, South Africa, but he's an Irish underage international.
Yeah, played under 19s way back in 2011 or 12, I think. And he's been around in the Northern Cricket Union good 13, 14 years now. Back at his original club of Muckamore now, played at CIYMS, won lots of trophies with them. He's gone back to Muckamore now. A good start to the season, but that's really got him back into the Knights. But as I said earlier, really brought in as a T20 player.
He's effective, no doubt about that.
Goodness, he's shown it today into topping. Immediately gets the reverse sweep out.
Yeah, you consider what he did to Fionn Hand as a full Irish international.
Yeah, there's no doubt his quality.
Topping on 19. We back at the hand bowler. Batted well, but looks like it's in a forlorn cause.
Yeah, I thought Hoy batted really well. As I say, just that mix between sort of keeping his wicket, which he had to, but also keeping the strike turned over with Lynch. I thought they batted really well as a partnership. That's short. It's dispatched. That's 6. That's going to be 6. Too short from Gavin Hoy. Topping, to be fair to him, is on it very, very quickly. Doesn't worry that there's a fielder out there. Dylan Lewis is out there. Did a few pirouettes around there. But it didn't really matter because it was well over the boundary.
You feel it looked like a bit like Bambi on ice out there as he was making his mind up, trying to make his mind up, and eventually sees the ball sail over his head. There's nothing you could do about that. It was just so well hit.
Much better length this time from Gavin Hoy, but the damage is done and not over. 7 comes from it with that 6 from Sam Topping, and as you mentioned, John, he's going along at 25 off 20, which for an IP50 game, your captain as an opener would be absolutely delighted, but he's been put into the shade by the guy at the other end, Jason van der Merwe, 52 from just 34.
It's IP50 20 scoring, isn't it? Between
really
these
is.
two.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you're going at 8.5 and over. That would be pretty decent for a T20 match. They're going to turn to spin again at this end. And we should who's going to bowl left arm spin from the city end. And this is the last over of the power play. Definitely need to be checking records here for highest score in power play cricket in an IP50. I don't think this will be too far off the mark. Blue shirts running everywhere at the minute. Trying to set the field or sit out.
left armour. Going to go around the wicket to start. To Van der Merwe. Good luck to him. 52 from 34. Pinch hitting.
Yeah,
up the order.
Cool. That's the very cool, the pinch hitter.
$59 needed now. 77 without loss. Fifth bowler used today. Can he be more effective than the previous four?
Tucked around the corner. One. Yeah, that's definitely not right. It is. Yeah, I thought that was wrong. It's 52. Yeah, the scoreboard was a little bit catching up there. Actually, just 52 needed
52 now, yes.
I definitely think we're going to be on the road either way. A lot quicker than those at Oak Hill. And that seems to be heading towards a close finish. We're just finishing up the power play here. That's going to be 4 again. Again, too short from the spinner. Sam Topping's able to get on the back foot, but the good thing he did there was find the gap. Hits it for yet another boundary for the Knights.
News from the other match of Oak Hill. It's 233 from the Northwest Warriors. The Reds 59 for 1 at the end of 9. Going along okay there. They had 175 runs from 41 overs.
Yeah, that's not the worst run rate either. You know, you're coming up to the end of the power play and they're going at sort of 6 and over, but it's been knocked into a cocked here. We're pushing up around 8.5. It's already 83. 2 balls to go in the power play, and it's been all the Northern Knights this first 10 overs. That's thrown up. That's in the air. This could be the first wicket. Chris de Freitas getting under it. And he does take that wicket. And Van der Merwe's blitzkrieg comes to an end. He goes for 53. And Amish Sidhu gets the breakthrough. A much needed breakthrough for the Leinster Lightning. 83 was that opening partnership. But Van der Merwe, an excellent knock from him, sent out to try and get the Knights off to a good start. He's done better than that. He's got a 50 within the power play, and he's gone for 53.
Great knock from 36 deliveries. Set the platform for victory here. Here it is. Just high off the splice of the bat. De Freitas did well, actually. He just got underneath it and set himself nicely and caught the dropping ball to get rid of the first wicket. And Van der Merwe departs for 53. 83 for 1 now, coming to the end of the 10th over. James McCollum coming in, the new batsman, the captain.
Yeah, good round of applause there for Jason Van der Merwe from his teammates over to our right in the Knights team dugout. As I say, that's exactly what he'd been sent out there to do, but he's probably done that better than they ever could have hoped. Timed the ball really well, as I say. Not one he's hit over the top of our head, John. That will be talked about this evening.
Sidhu ends the over very well. Dot ball from that. James Cameron Down is going to step in. And he's going to step out for a little while. You never know. We might see the end of this match pretty shortly. The Knights, there's the batting lineup. Van der Merwe caught the Freitas ball. Sidhu for a wonderful 53. Topping still out there, 30 from 23. McCollum. There's the worm. Look at that. Look at the difference between that and the Leinster Lightning, using wickets in quick succession. 4 went down pretty quickly from 32 for 2, or 39 for 2, and then they're 50 for 6. So the difference in the worm is massive. Welcome back, James. Everybody seems to be in a hurry out there.
Certainly does, John. Wow, what a first 10 overs. Not what I was expecting at all, if I'm honest. Jason Van der Merwe on his list day debut. A little bit of genius from the planning and coaching staff there, opening the innings with him.
I did not realise it was this day debut. Wow. Even more impressive.
I think I've got that right, John. I know he was in and around the mix last season in the T20 squad, coming in the middle order.
Yeah.
But I think as far as 50 over cricket goes, I'm pretty sure that's his first 50 over game for the Northern Knights.
Won't be his last after that
No,
performance.
I don't think so.
Oh, it's missed everybody. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. Look who's doing the fielding. Where is he? Come on, we didn't get him in shot.
Yeah, and it's really just knocked the wind out of the Leinster Lightning sails, and it means that you can't really attack, you can't really take wickets. You've got to try and stem the flow of runs, which is difficult when you're only defending such a small score.
That was 5 wides, incidentally.
The googly from Gavin Hoey. Very well bowled, just going across the left-handed batter. I'm certainly expecting to come on after 10 overs and be in a slightly different situation than 83 for 1 after 10.
He's actually timed that quite well, in fairness to him, hasn't Van der Merwe with it. He gets out just before 3:30 our time, which means he can get inside and watch the Ireland cricket match against India in the T20 World Cup. Having done his job, he can put his feet up, watch a bit of international cricket.
And feel pretty good about himself at the same time.
Absolutely.
That looks like it's going to be another wide. Seamus Lynch can't get anything behind it, and again, and runs away for Ali McColman to do the fielding. And that's 2 sets of 5 wides in this 1 over. I can see what Gavin Hoey's trying to do coming around the wicket, probably bring the googly more into play, but he hasn't quite got that right.
Oh dear, wicketkeeper won't be too pleased with himself there. The ball went through his legs. Seamus Lynch. Previous one he could be excused for because it took a massive amount of turn, but that one didn't close his legs in time. It went straight down to the boundary for 4 more. 37 now needed.
And there's the googly again from Hoey. That's exactly what he's trying to do. If you bowl into a left-hand batter that's possibly not quite picking the googly, coming around the wicket, trying to get it to pitch in line and straighten is definitely a positive option. But it doesn't help if a couple slide down leg side.
They're going to go through for the quick single. Actually, that think hit Lynch on the helmet. Squared away into the leg side, so they ran through for a bye.
I think it was another wide, John.
Was it? Yeah, it was a wide. Actually, officially classed as a wide.
Hoey just struggling a little bit with his line there, and as I say, that's exactly what happens here. You get a little bit disrupted by someone that comes out and play the innings that Van der Merwe has played, and you're under pressure, and all of a sudden things start going a little bit pear-shaped.
Clear for LBW. Not given. It eventually ends that over. 95 for 1. We can't really see these LBW appeals from this end because the wicketkeeper's obviously in the way. The bowler seemed confident.
I'm not sure the wicketkeeper did, to be honest, John, but looked at very good delivery, probably pitching on and around leg stump, maybe just outside leg stump, beating McCollum on the outside edge, so possibly the umpire thinking it just did a little bit too much there. Either way, looked a serious delivery and plenty spin on offer. I think we'll probably see spin work right through to the end here for the Leinster Lightning.
Sidhu bowling.
Bit of sloppy cricket there from the Leinster Lightning as well as the Northern Knights. Possibly a little misfield could have led to a single there. Maybe McCollum's quite happy for the left-handed Sam Toppin to take most of the left arm spin here, as that one again just grips a little bit.
Small man Sidhu, but pushes it through quite well.
Yeah, he's a handy enough bowler, isn't he? Just there and thereabouts. A lot of arm balls. Odd one just grips a little bit.
Topping on 30. just slowed down recently since his partner left him. McCollum had to get off the mark. Should get 2 there, maybe just the 1.
Interesting shot by Morgan Topping. An interesting shot by Sam Topping there. Going back to a relatively full ball and trying to just flick it into the leg side.
That's all right. I was calling Fionn Hanna owned hand earlier on, former Republic of Ireland managers. we can all do that. 96 for 1. 34 needed now. Encouragement from his teammates.
There's that little bit of spin that we're talking about. Definitely some turn on offer on this surface.
Henry Paul Sterling's out. Yeah, Ireland 7 for 1. Sterling gone early. Cracked away. Should be at least 2 there. Yeah. Sun breaks through here.
Glad to see the sun breaking through there. Just started seeing a couple raindrops around, but seems to have disappeared and the sun's taken over again, which is good news.
End of that over. 98 for 1. 32 runs required, yeah, in the chose to field, and they've had instant success. Paul Sterling gone for 2. Didn't need that. Wanted Sterling to hang around for a few. Anyway, he's gone. Balbernie's still there.
So he continues from round the wicket. Sam Topping looking to get a pull shot away there. Just rushing onto him a little bit quicker than he expected and sending it into the mid-wicket region. And that's the googly again there. Exactly what he's trying to do here. He's trying to come around the wicket, bring the angle into play, and get the googly to go away from him, bringing slip into play. Hasn't quite managed to find the outside edge yet, but he's been in the bat a couple times.
And again. Well, Topping and Van der Merwe were seeing it like a beach ball early on, and now suddenly Topping can't get bat and ball at all.
And I think that probably says a lot about the way Leinster were bowling early on. As I said, when someone comes out and plays the knock that Jason van der Merwe played, you tend to go into defensive mode, and when you're bowling to try and stem the flow of runs and not take wickets, sometimes makes the pitch look a whole lot flatter than it is. Gavin Hoey clearly now tailed up, trying to get Sam Topping out. It's a different ball game in a row as he plays and misses in 3 in a row here.
Frustration's going. You see him throwing back his head there as well. So, he's doing his job. That's 5 dots in a row, considering the battering the bowlers took in the early part of this reply. That's a very good over a maiden for Hoey. Still remains 98 for 1. 32 required.
Yeah, that is well bowled, and I think he'll be disappointed because I'm not sure that there was a run off the bat in his previous over either. I think he bowled 3 wides, 2 of them that ended up going for 5. And apart from that, he's bowled 2 pretty good overs. Certainly got his tail up and feeling as though he can maybe pick up another couple of wickets here.
Reds have lost a wicket down in Oak Hill. Ollie Metcalf batting well though, 44 from 27.
Yeah, Metcalf, an aggressive top order batter, looks to really get on with the game. No surprises there that the strike rate's well above 100.
Andy Frost gone for 16. Jordan Neal for 3. But Metcalf 44. Not out. And Brandon Kruger just joined him at the crease. And that's the other game, which is live down in Oak Hill. HPV Studios doing sterling work, bringing both games back to back to the Cricket Ireland YouTube channel.
Sidhu just trying to tempt James McCollum to go over the top. That's the risk that Leinster need to take now. They need wickets, obviously. Got middle for mid on up in the ring. He's just trying to take all the pace out the ball, force McCollum to try and hit him back over his head.
Back to the more arm ball type delivery he's been doing. That previous one, much more loopy. Just again, yeah, you're right, trying to tempt the batsman. They haven't scored now in the last 11 deliveries. Sidhu looking for Leinster's back-to-back maidens here. The Sun trying to force his way through. 2 good overs back-to-back, 2 maidens. Still 98 for 1. We're at the end of the 14th over.
I think this is probably where Leinster will be kicking themselves, because it's not easy to bat out there.
Not now.
No, definitely not. And one, I suppose, if they'd possibly got a couple of wickets with the new ball, would have been a different story. But also, if they'd just got themselves up to 160, 180, somewhere around there, you just never know. But they probably fell significantly short of what they want to do with the bat, and then gave the momentum to the Northern Knights in the first. Well, that's maybe a bit unfair. Jason van der Merwe and Sam Topping probably took the momentum, but Leinster were not able to do anything about that, and as a result the Northern Knights can happily just sit on a couple of maidens and be patient, take their time, knock it around for a few, as they've got no scoreboard pressure whatsoever. They'll be happy enough with what's happening out there.
Bell Burney's out. Ireland 9 for 2, having been asked to bat against India. Top 2 in the batting order are gone, so a lot resting on Lorcan Tucker and Harry Tector now.
So he bowls googly to the right-handed McCollum there. Didn't really look to bounce too much there. Yeah, John, that's an interesting start, obviously without being able to see exactly how the dismissals fall. I think that'll be the trend in New York, is win the toss, bowl first, and try your absolute best to roll a team for as cheaply as possible, and then take your time in knocking it off, because it definitely looked a little bit uneven the other night.
Yeah, Ireland, if they'd won the toss, probably would have done what India did and put them into bat.
I would imagine so.
Trying to break the shackles here. Leinster Lightning, though, bowling well in tandem. Hoey and Sidhu. Just conceded 1 run in the last 3 and a bit overs. McCollum forward defensive. You say no scoreboard pressure, so they can take their time.
It definitely just looks like the pitch is getting a little bit lower there also. A couple of these googlies by Gavin Hoey, not really getting above shin height. So conditions certainly, as Leinster expected when they won the toss and batted first, conditions are certainly favouring the spinners more and more as the day goes on here. But Leinster potentially just not got enough on the board, and then, as we say, the first 10 overs. Never say never, but
yeah, with massive collapse from here. 99 for 1, just the 1 run conceded in the last 3 overs. 32 for Topping, just the 2 from McCollum. McCollum looks under a bit of pressure from these 2 spinners, particularly from Hoey's. Oohs and ahs out there from the Leinster Lightning team as the ball went out, beat the outside of the bat on numerous occasions in the previous over.
Sidhu continues from round the wicket to Sam Topping, and
That's 100 up.
Topping able to punch that one down the ground, little misfield, and as you say, that brings up the 100 runs for the Northern Knights in the 16th over. They'll be very happy with this start as Sidhu once again just gets it up there, tempts McCollum to play that big shot, and that's exactly what he does.
McCollum's getting frustrated, isn't he? He's going after everything out there, and he just can't get bat on ball.
He is struggling. He is struggling. It's not an easy wicket to play with a straight bat down the ground. Yeah. That one a little bit quicker through the air, but also just turned enough to beat the outside edge. But fortunately for McCollum, also beat off stump.
Given on the stumps, he could be in trouble. This time he just comes down the wicket. Good thing to do. Just turns it down to the third man area, and I pick up a couple.
Yeah, McCollum looking to use his feet there, and
it's probably a better thing to do, isn't it, rather than get stuck in the crease. He's been stuck in the crease now for the last couple of overs as well, and there's been oohs and ahs, as I said, from the Leinster team. McCollum at least shortened the distance between himself and the delivery. Again, as he beat him on the outside edge, but when he moved his feet, it was profitable.
Yeah, I think when it's turning like this, playing with a straight bat is very difficult. So I think, as you say, try to get closer to the pitch, but I wouldn't mind a sweep shot coming out here.
Outside edge. Tim Tector doing the running down towards that third man boundary. They're going to pick up 3. Good running. And ends that over. 6 from it. 105 for 1. 25 needed for victory. It's a good little battle, this one, but I'm afraid from the Leinster Lightning's point of view, Jason Van der Merwe with that 50 from 31 deliveries has probably put this game to bed. And we're just counting down to the inevitable, really, I think.
Yeah, as I said, John, you never say never, but I think you're probably spot on there. I'm not entirely sure that 25 runs here is going to be enough for Leinster Lightning to defend. If it was around 70 or 80, I think it could be quite an interesting little battle here. That's how he goes into the hip, and McCollum helps it on its way around the corner to 45.
Toppy Collum through quickly there. That was a good single. It was straight to the fielder, but he was running to the danger end, so it gets McCollum off strike.
Yeah, it's so important when your partner is struggling a little bit and not getting bat on ball as you would like. As Topping goes on the reverse sweep, it was a googly again from Hoey. He's managed to get it between backward point and that cover sweeper. And that boundary, I'm sure, will just make both McCollum and Topping feel a little bit more at ease.
Nice shot. Around the corner, there was 2 fielders down there, as you say, but there was no chance of cutting that off. Fairly sped away to the boundary. 110 for 1 now. 20 needed. Yeah, nice push for a single too. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over now. Having been tied down for the last couple of overs, that's 6 conceded from the last 3 deliveries from Hoey, having been profligate before that.
Yeah, especially with the left-hand, right-hand combination, when a bowler's going nicely, can't undervalue just getting up to the other end. Literally, get yourself off strike, give the bowler a different line to bowl at, give the bowler a new face to bowl at. I think it's so important. As we see, Ned On being taken out, put into a second slip. Really trying to be as aggressive as possible here on the Leinster Lightning. They know that if they've got any chance of this, they need wickets and they need them fast.
Yeah, gig almost up. It want to be a huge collapse, as if enormous. One towards backward point, little up in the air towards Sidhu, but well short of him. We're on Nelson, where anything could happen, and usually does. 1-1-1. Yeah, the old umpire, or David Shepherd, the English umpire, used to jiggle around like he was a chicken on a hot griddle. So 3 dot balls to finish that Hoey over. 111 for 1. At the end of 17. 20, 19, excuse me, needed for victory, which would take Northern Ireland into a very good position in the IP50 series. They're going to 15 points, 3 maximums from their 3 games. The Reds trying to chase down a target against the Warriors, a 78 for 2, looking for 156 runs to win that game. That's pretty lot tighter than this one.
Just got a sneaky suspicion here we might see Sam Topping trying to take on that leg side boundary here. It's just a bit of a psychological feel when it's less than 20 to win.
It's miles in the air. There is a fielder underneath it. That's Fionn Hand, but they're gonna, nope, won't cut that off. That's a big 6. He'll be eyeing up his half century, of course, as well, as they're coming towards the end of this innings with 19 needed before that ball. There's only 13 needed now, and he's moved on to 44. So he'll be looking to join his opening partner with getting a 50. He played that role as Van der Merwe was smashing the ball all over the ground. Now it's Topping's turn to move into the 40s. 44 not out with that big 6. Is that dropped at first slip?
That was dropped, unless it came with the keeper's gloves. I don't think it did. I think that's a little nick off the back foot in it.
Well, Sidhu's reaction said a lot there, didn't it? Tim Tackler at first slip. I think he dropped it.
Yeah, it flies through. It's never easy taking a spin bowling catch off the back foot. Looked like it hit Tector on the shin before he got down in time.
Yeah, I think Sidhu's reaction said it there. He just threw his head back and thought he'd had a wicket there. As it is, Topping survives. Goes to 45 now. McCollum on 8. 118 for 1. Just 12 needed for victory. There's the switch from McCollum, but no run.
I think that just shows that James McCollum is struggling to score off the front foot here and needs to try to do something else. As he whips out the reverse sweep and then punches the next one to extra cover. Yeah, I think that's just good batting from Sam Topping, though, as that's the 18th over gone and the score moves on to 118 for 1. Just riding that sort of difficult-ish period. He's had trouble facing Gavin Hoey from round the wicket here, a couple playing misses. Knows the breeze is coming across him with the left arm spinner of Amish Sidhu. Just as soon as he got that opportunity, looked to cash into that leg side boundary, pick up the 6, managed to get 7 off that over. And now realistically, with 12 to win, I think we can say with 100% certainty that it's just going to be a step too far here for Leinster bowlers, even with the spin attack they've got.
Ireland, meanwhile, trying to recover from the loss of their both openers against India. 26 for 2 now. Tucker and Tector at the crease. That's at the end of 5 overs. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him with a bit of a reward for Hoey there. He's bowled quite well, varied it up with the googlies as well. And Topping, unfortunately from his point of view, doesn't make his half century, but a well worth 45 for him has put his team right on the cusp of victory. And he's been bowled for 45, 118 for 2 now.
Yeah, that's well bowled by Hoey. Just saying Topping was struggling a little bit. Again, feeling as though he needs to do something different. Whips out the reverse sweep. It looks like it's gone behind him. Yeah, just behind the legs there. Didn't really turn too much. And crashes into middle and leg stump. It was a well played 45 from Sam Topping there. I think he and his opening partner Jason van der Merwe have done exactly what the coach and captain would have wanted them to do. And I'm hoping that Cade Carmichael, who's coming in at number 4, can knock the rest of these 12 runs off now with no more wickets to fall. I think just touching on the World Cup there, if the Ireland boys, and I'm sure they did, watch the South Africa-Sri Lanka game where Sri Lanka were bowled out for, I think it was 78 or 79, somewhere around there, they'll probably be saying to themselves, you get 110, 120 and you just never know. And I'd imagine the wicket's probably playing in a very similar fashion. Not great for batting, a little bit up and down. Anything above 100, I think they'll be saying, well, why not, lads? You just never know. Get enough balls in the right area, enough balls to misbehave, and anything's possible. But the challenge is going to be getting up to that 110, which is what they'll have to do first.
Well, the forecast is saying, and we'll talk about that now in a second, it's gone around the corner. It should go all the way to the boundary ropes despite that dive. Yes, it has. It picks up speed down that hill, doesn't it? And once it does that, you have no chance of cutting it off. Nice shot, though.
It is a nice shot. A little bit too straight from Hoey, and Carmichael whips the hands through it. Manages to beat 45 just to his left-hand side, and as you say, it's the longest part of the ground, I reckon, but it flew away there, didn't it?
Yeah, the forecast we're seeing on the scorecard here for Ireland is 142. That wouldn't be too bad. Still a long way away from getting that, though. That's what they're forecasting.
I think 142 would be a fantastic score. I think they'll be more than happy with that. Although, as I say, obviously without having watched what the pitch is doing, just assuming it's the same as it was the other night. Maybe 142 is more in play than just over 100 as suggested.
Bummer is bowling now. He's bowled 5-dot balls. Not what you want in a T20 International and World Cup. He's the outside edge. Pushing forward Carmichael.
Gavin Hoey's bowling a really good spell here. He's just, unfortunately, he's having to be a little bit too aggressive every now and then and searching for wickets, which is leaking runs. But when he gets it in the right area, as he does again, he's creating all sorts of issues.
All sorts of everything in that over. Wicket to start. 4 around the corner, then 4-dot balls. Oh, he 1 for 30 from his 6, and he could have had a few more the way he's been bowling. We'll call him an 8. Carmichael on 4, 122 for 2. We just need 8 runs for victory here at Stormont, and we're going to get through to the end here as well, because the clouds have broken up above us, even though it's still pretty dark. But no threat of rain at the moment. It's just says 8 runs required. We're going to get a full match out of this 50 over as a side. Well, not quite 50 over as a side, because there was a reduction, of course, with the rain early on. Sidhu continuing from the Dundonald end.
Be interesting to see how McCollum goes about this. We saw a reverse sweep in the last over. I'm not sure he's just going to let him bowl 6 dots here.
Well, it's got right through him. Take the single. 7 now needed. Beat everything there.
Oh, it's the little Yorker there that he's bowled.
He had to well squeeze it out then.
Squeezed it out nicely. The old intentional
Squeezing.
yeah, through the legs or towards 45 for a single. Gets himself up to the non-striker's end, and I'm sure he'll be happy enough to stay there for a few balls.
Feeling a few spots of rain. Hopefully they won't be around for too long. I think the umpires will keep them out there to the death now at this stage. 2 left in the over from the Sidhu from the Dundonald end. 1 for 23.
He drops that one a little bit short. But he's certainly, what he's doing is he's forcing the batters to make the play here. He's taking all the pace out of the ball. He's saying, if you want the runs, you're going to hit me here.
And he's hit that one. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. So closer to the target now. Just 3 needed. Down on one knee. Whipped it into the leg side. And Freddie flew away to the boundary from Carmichael. Moves quickly on to 8.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, John. As I said earlier, it's not easy scoring with a straight bat when the ball is spinning like this and there's not much pace in the wicket. Cade Carmichael picking up on that very quickly, shuffling himself across with no deep square in play and playing a very good sweep shot. He'll be happy with that, Carmichael. 2 boundaries in his first 8 balls, get him up and running. And although there's not many more to go, a little 10 not out, and a run a ball 10 not out is a whole lot better than scratching around and feeling a little bit out of nick.
One hit needed then for victory to put the Knights 3 from 3. Field closing in, obviously with no runs to work with really. Just 3 needed. McCullum cracks it, and that's it, all the way along the ground for 4, and that wraps up the game. Well, it was a victory from a long way out, really, wasn't it, with that Jason van der Merwe knock for 50 from 31 deliveries. He was out for 53, backed up by Sam Topping, Boy Howie for 45. But McCullum and Kate Carmichael sees him through to the end. McCullum, not in the greatest of nicks, as you can see, 13 from 31 deliveries, but he did enough. Carmichael, 8 from 8, and 3 wins from 3 from the Knights, and deservedly so.
Yeah, very much so. And as you say, McCullum getting 13 from 30 balls there, but was really, really patient in what he did there. He understood that he didn't have to make a play, as we said. There weren't enough runs on the board for the Leinster Lightning. He just calmed a little bit of a storm there. It was a good spell from Amish Sudu, just tempting McCullum into trying to play a false stroke. Gavin Hoey bowling a lot of googlies from the other side, and McCullum was patient enough. Just got the Knights closer and closer, and then got himself a nice little wide long hop that he put away to the boundary to finish the game. And he'll certainly be very chuffed with that, as will the Knights and the Knights coach Simon Johnston. Really good batting performance set up, as you mentioned, by Jason van der Merwe and Sam Topping at the top of the innings. And I think the two of them, with the fireworks at the top, really just took the Leinster Lightning completely out of the game.
The all-conquering Leinster Lightning, since the introduction of the Interprovincial Series, amazingly, after 3 games, still at just the 2 points, and that was from a non-result. Haven't won a game yet. The Knights go on their merry way. On to 15 points they move from their 3 games. The Reds are playing Northwest Warriors currently down in Oak Hill. Back to that in a moment. But here is the Leinster Lightning card. Put into bat, or they just backed themselves to bat. And not really many until we got into the Hoey and Lynch territory that made a lot of runs. And they were all out for 132. A revised Duckwood Lewis Stern method of 130 for victory. So in the partnerships there, nothing to write home about except for that 55 between Hoey and Lynch.
Yeah, and I think the Northern Knights have been very, very happy with their bowling effort. I think they probably also would have looked to bat first and probably a little bit disappointed when they lost the toss. However, Ruan Pretorius was exceptional up front, taking a forfeit throughout the day in his 10 overs. And realistically, as you can see, the Leinster Lightning bowling figures there, some expensive figures, but in essence it was probably lost in the first innings, with Leinster Lightning only managing 132 from their 47 overs. As you can see back there, the Knights bowling figures. Ruan Pretorius excellent with his 4 for 30. Matthew Foster was good in patches before the spin of Humphreys and Robertson. Also again going at under 3.5 an over, and both of them picking up 2 wickets apiece. And Tom Mays with a wicket of his first ball of his spell, and a tidy enough spell, going 1 for 20 in his 5. So a really good all-round effort by the Knights bowling attack. And as we said, that's effectively where this game was won. 132 all out in their 47 overs, or a lot less than that in the end.
Knights platform set by Van der Merwe, and Topping in the end made 45. Disappointed obviously not to make it 50, but he contributed well. Van der Merwe moved up to the top of the order. Clever stuff. 53 from 36 in the end, made it 50 from 31, and McCullum and Carmichael saw their team home 3 out of 3. Partnerships, the one at the top, obviously the most important one, but the one between McCullum and Topping also important too, although McCullum did contribute a lot. It was Topping who helped his team closer to the line. Eventually they got over it with overs to spare.
Yeah, and as you can see there, Fionn Hand and Sam Hobson really struggling to bowl at Jason van der Merwe, who came out aggressive, took the attack right to the Leinster bowling. Dylan Luce used for a couple overs there to try and slow the pace of the game down and keep Van der Merwe quiet. The only bowlers to see any success there, both bowling a maiden each and getting a wicket each, Mohamed Sidhu and Gavin Hoey. But it was probably at that point too little too late, as the damage had been done by the Northern Knights opening pair. There you can see the match summary. Leinster Lightning, as we say, only managing 132 runs in their 35.3 overs, and it was never really going to be enough unless they got a little top order collapse at the very start of their bowling innings. But that wasn't to be, as Jason van der Merwe took the attack to the Leinster Lightning opening pair. Sam Topping helping out there, the two of them being the standout batters. I think the 100 came up in the 12th over or somewhere around there, John, and realistically it was just too little too late when Hoey and Sidhu, who bowled well, got a wicket apiece.
Well, that's how the match ends. Northern Knights winning by 8 wickets on DLS method. 3 wins out of 3. Quick updates on the other 2 games, which is ongoing at the moment. The other match down in Wicklow, Oak Hill, the Northwest Warriors made 233, chasing that target, needing 146 runs for victory now. The Reds are 88 for 3, so that's nicely in the balance. And the World Cup match, Ireland 34 for 3 now. Lorcan Tucker, the man out. And Ireland with Curtis Camphor and Harry Tector trying to build some kind of total in that opening game for Ireland and India, indeed, in Group A of the World Cup. If you want to watch that game, by the way, the Reds versus the Warriors at Oak Hill is on the Cricket Ireland YouTube site as well. But that's it from us. Hope you enjoyed the coverage from Stormont. A couple of rain breaks, but we got an early finish today. And it is the Leinster Lightning go down by 8 wickets as the Northern Knights stay top of the table, maximum from 3 games. Thanks to Annie McCalman, to James Cameron Dowd, to the HBV team. I'm John Kenny saying bye for now.